Hello and welcome to the PokerStars Arena, hosting the Sunday Million Big 20 edition. The Big 20 being the moniker we have bestowed upon the 20th anniversary of PokerStars. And tonight's event has a $109 buy and a $1 million guarantee. With 11,601 entries, we're actually looking at a prize pool of $1.16 million with 81 players remaining. Hello everyone, I am James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. You know, James, this weekend I thought the Big 20 was the amount of weight I gained from Thanksgiving.
Oh, all about the turkey and the cornbread and the leftovers and the takeout. Don't worry, Joe, the camera has never been known to add any extra weight. So I mentioned 81 players remaining, and this is a progressive knockout format, a PKO this week on the Sunday Million. And that means a first prize of 51k plus, of course, head prizes, bounties every time you knock out a player. And we've got cards in the air already. Now, we've chosen this table as one of our first two feature tables. And we can look around the table and see that we have got Graph Tackle. That is Jans Arends, a player with 2 Scoop titles and 2 WCOOP titles, Joey.
Yeah, well, seems like a good choice. Seems like a big name in a field of unknowns. Got some chips. Got a hand.
Yep, ace-queen versus ace-7 suited. The open was to 70k, folds to the shove from Graph Tackle. So blinds right now, 17,500, 35,000. Blinds going up every 15 minutes. Returning with 81 players today, already down to 80 and playing down to a winner tonight. The Sunday Million pretty much always a 2-day event. And pleased to say that we are going to bring Maria Ho inside the PokerStars Arena. We have got 3 commentators for your viewing and listening pleasure. Maria, good to have you with us.
Hi, what's up? Do I look like I gained 20 pounds over Thanksgiving? Because I also ate quite a bit of food.
Never. Looking wonderful as
Great
ever,
answer,
Maria.
James.
I love the fact that we had this extended break, Maria, because obviously you were in Vegas for the World Series, so we didn't get to hang out. And in the space of a few days, you've been on the podcast, you're back on the stream, you're making up for lost time, and I am here for it. Shagvaladian? I guess. Breaker 1987 with the Spraggy A7, which is no longer the best hand. King high flop for Shag. Oh, but now the ace on the turn and Breaker with the advantage once again.
Yeah, I can't really blame that ace-7 for calling the flop just because of that overcard plus the backdoor straight possibilities. But here, you know, King Jack still feels pretty good about the hand considering this was a limped pot pre.
But they shouldn't.
Well,
Does check it over, though.
The Shark is going to lose this pot. The question is whether we see a value bet from Breaker on the river and whether that bet gets paid off. 140,000.
I mean, the obvious straight draw from the flop does get there with, you know, a 9-7 type holding, but I still don't think that this is the type of sizing that King Jack can necessarily fold to.
Of course not.
And that will leave Shag the Shark with $500,000. Average stack right now is 1.5 million with 79 players remaining. Current payout, by the way, $662.82, plus, of course, any bounties that you've managed to accrue over the course of this 2-day MTT. We have got a player sitting out right now. Carvery 1, appropriate considering the Thanksgiving conversation we just had.
Yeah.
Not in action right now, has not returned for day 2.
It probably was a very busy weekend for the Carvery.
There is a very famous chain of carvery restaurants in the United Kingdom called Harvester, and they had an advertising campaign in the 1990s where a young lady would welcome a family and say, "Have you ever been to a Harvester before?" And the obvious answer is no, because if you had, you wouldn't be going back.
Nice little king four suited open from Breaker, and even nicer 3-bet out of the king four offsuit from the big blind.
Maria, we could start our whole do they have it when they re-raise out of the big blind competition
Well,
again,
then that
'cause
would
it's
be
1-1
that would
so
be
far.
one for me, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've got an under the gun race here from Tay Guerra with ace 4 suited, round to Piva, who folds the big blind. So just the 2 eliminations so far on day 2 of this special edition of the Sunday Million. And yes, the Big 20 is what we're calling the 20th anniversary of Stars, and there have been so many different elements to it. We've had the Big 20 Boost, we've had the Big 20 Rewind series. We're going to stream some more of those tournaments this coming weekend. It all culminates, it all concludes with the Big 20 finale this coming weekend. And we will stream the final day of that one next Tuesday. So we're going to be on air on Saturday and Sunday this weekend, but there'll be no stream on Monday. But Tuesday, not only do you get the final day of the finale, that is a $55, $5 million guaranteed event, you're also going to get the results. The winners' envelopes will be opened in the Big 20 Players Awards. Talk about all of this later on. So much to discuss. So much going on.
Whatever you guys do out there, don't vote for when Ike Haxton made that incredible fold against me. We don't need people to be making amazing folds like that. I mean, poker will officially be dead if that happens on a regular basis.
So, Queen 10, Graf Tekel, Jan Zarens is best here. 4-1 favourite in this 3-way pot. And still good.
Yeah, in a multi-way pot, you know, it would just be a little bit of a thin value bet for Graf Tekel to make from the worst position there. So does just elect to bluff catch instead.
So Jan's hovering around average right now. Well, here are 2 above average hands. Break at 1987 with queens, opens to 77k, and Mateus with kings. Oh, hold on a second. Now we've got Vinny Perry.
Vinny.
Oh, wow.
Deciding
Vinny, stay out of it.
3-bet with ace-7 suited.
Yeah, talk about a hand getting in.
Does ace-king ever get away now?
Oh.
I mean,
yes, Tegera.
The thing is, you know, with about 30 bigs effective, it's kind of hard to fold ace-king, but of course there is a lot of action ahead of you. So way to go, but wouldn't have blamed Tegera for getting it in pre either.
I think also influenced by the fact if you're Tegera that you can't win the bounty. You're covered in this spot.
Breaker broken.
Will the real hands please stand up? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Mateus, the at-risk player, so far so good, and King's hold, and that's going to be a double up, leaving Breaker with just 370k, and now the blinds have gone up to 20,000, 40,000. Breaker at 1987 will have fewer than 10 bigs.
Wow.
All in on the very next hand with ace-queen. Does anyone have anything they can call with? Breaker's bounty, only $200.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited might be considering it just because they have such a big stack, but does end up folding.
Now it's ace-queen for Vinny, although it will be Carvery 1, having been out for the first couple of orbits, is like, got to make up for lost time, got to open under the gun with queen 10 suited, got to get those chips back.
I mean, Carvery probably lost fewer chips not being there. No offense to Carvery.
Well, Carvery calls the re-raise. It is Domination Nation in Vinny's favor and a pretty nothing flop. Vinny with the significant advantage here. Continues with 200k, gets a fold. And 74 players remaining as we see Mateus post double up, opening with 7-6 suited.
Whoa, fives. Folding small. Guess not really a big enough stack to set mine.
I mean, I was going to say this is a situation where if it's folded to you on the button, you could probably jam with ace-6, but it won't be. We've got ace-10 opening, and we've got jacks for Shag the Shark.
Yeah, clear shove incoming.
I can't see the bounty. Was it 629?
679, I think.
Okay. Well, whatever it is, this feels like half your stack for that. I don't know. Okay, we're doing it.
I think you kind of have to because of the bounty equity, but no Barry Greenstein, so Shag gets the double up, and that is going to leave Tegera with 675,000, relatively short, and still 74 players remaining.
I think I just need to start playing PKOs more exclusively because it seems like you can't really make a mistake calling it off. You're just like, yeah, whatever. Whatever, I don't have to fold this bounty.
Where you make the mistake is where some people... But where some people do call it off thinking they're bounty equity and they are covered, that's where people make the mistake.
Yeah, that's
happen,
a pretty
seriously.
key.
So why do you call with that? Because the bounty, but you can't win the bounty. I've got 2 million, you've got 1 million. Oh.
Joe also just needs practice in like calling lighter than normal because I feel like typically in these situations he's playing a little too snug when it comes to maybe calling off against some shoves, and I feel like this is just going to loosen that range up a little for him.
Okay, all right. I like a good note. I like a good constructive criticism. I'll take it. Anything. Believe me, at this point, I'll listen to anyone.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I've got some poker anecdotes for you, but it can wait until the break. Let's focus on the real action we've got here in this Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million. And thank you, by the way, to PSR 1973, who says, Maria and Joe, hope you guys had great Thanksgivings. James, I hope you had a great Thursday. That is the difference of the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. We are going to have a collision here. Ace-King versus Queens versus Jacks. And it's going to be 6-3 that gets it all in first. No, it won't.
Oh, but the Queen 10-0 finds the open.
Carvery loves Queen 10.
Queen 10. Loves it.
Man, oh man, what a train wreck this is going to be. 2 kings folded, a queen folded, a jack folded, an ace folded.
I feel like against these effective stack sizes, yes, you have Carvery to act behind you, but Jack's got to be looking pretty strong even against, you know, a 15 big blind shove from the ace-king here.
Wow. If Carvery calls here with Queen 10, Carvery is my hero. 2 players at risk. Queens ahead. Queens are good. So that's the side pot for Tegera. It's the main pot for Graph Teckle and Piva. is gone. Sorry, other way around. The main pot for Tegera, side pot for Graf Tekel, but crucially, Graf Tekel gets the bounties, and we have got rockets in action here. Shag the Shark opens with aces, gets action from King 9.
Whoa, baby!
I mean, Carvery does
sit
seem
back out.
right, like to be clicking some buttons since getting back into the mix, but you know.
Somebody needs to go pull Carvery's internet connection again.
It is that classic, I was late to the table, got to make up for lost time. Okay, don't get carried over with ace-9 here. Oh, a limp. Okay, well, when ace-king raises, it'll be easier to fold this ace-9.
James, you know that when you lose a bunch of pots, the best way to get the chips back is to play more pots.
Well, I also know that now that Tegera has raised with the same hand as Carvery, and now we get the shove from Graf Tekel, this is now a very, very easy fold. No. Easy fold, Carvery. Easy fold.
I mean, what is happening?
Okay, it's over.
Guys.
Was odd.
Guys, we can call a punt when we see a punt, right? Like, this guy is straight punting. Like, he has somewhere to be, clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
or
like,
just the worst case of tilt.
I'd forgotten it was day 2 of the Sunday Million. I'm busy. I've got stuff to do. I'll just...
I mean, Carvery is what the rest of this table is doing to their chips.
Yeah.
Carve them right up. So sad here for the 7s. Later.
Okay, so 9's hold, despite the presence of the 7, the bounty claimed by Shag the Shark, who had Carvery covered. This table breaks, and we are switching. And we pick up the action here, and we can see that Jan Zaren's Graf Tekel has been moved to this table. 72 players now remaining, and Graf Tekel still an above average stack, 2.5 million. Average right now, 1.6 million. Yes, Das Wanderer, I believe you are correct. Clearly playing on his phone whilst out at a Carvery. It's like we used to have with the free rolls, Joe, when we were on location. The old EPT Live free rolls. It's like, well, the day's ended. We don't need to sit and play this anymore. We want to go out to dinner, but you kind of feel obliged. So you move the action onto your phone. You're sat in the restaurant, occasionally clicking buttons, and then you get to a point where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna get out of this game now.
Yeah, except this is $50,000 to the winner, and those were $75 to the winner, and there were 10,000 more people playing.
True. I'm not saying it was a completely perfect analogy. I'm like Wagwan G. Okay.
Certainly quite a few setups, with the exception, of Carvery's hands. But otherwise, definitely a lot of big hands, pre-flop, all in so far, standard situations.
And another Vinny. This is Vinny Vipera. All in with queens, and I'm like committed. It was a virtual all-in with the ace-queen, and we are going to need to see an ace, or we are going to be down another player. We are in a money bubble, by the way, which is why we're seeing the full utilization of Time Bank right now. An additional $300 if you can make it to 71st place, which they have done. No ace. That is a KO. But I'm like Wagwan G does get the money jump. Cashes out for $913 plus bounties. The Real Kill United Artists. Queen 7.
Put a little Kahlua in my coffee today.
Jack 10 raising. Vinny, spicy.
Yeah, very much so. I think that some of these players are definitely being a little bit out of line with their 3-bet range, but it worked. So there's that.
Is there something going on this evening, Maria, that we don't know about? Are there some amazing Cyber Monday offers that everyone's desperate to get online and claim, or some big sports event on TV? It's like, just gotta bust this poker tournament.
I mean, I got a show later. Maybe that's why people are busting out so they can get over to the Ha Ha Comedy Club for 8 p.m. tonight in North Hollywood, California.
So hold on. That's 8 p.m. Pacific time. So
Correct,
that
yes.
is 4 a.m. UK time. So that's like what? Like more than 10 hours away?
It's 9 hours from now.
Right. Yeah,
Some of
I've
you
got a
can still
feeling,
make it.
I've got a feeling that this will be over by then, regardless of some of the insane decisions that we've seen.
So clearly Carvery, lives about an 8-hour flight away from Hollywood
Exactly.
and needed
Exactly.
the time.
Travel restrictions will not stop me from seeing Joe Stapleton in concert.
Correct. Thank you.
Ralph Tackle wins another one, still hovering around the 2.6 million mark. Should reference the chip leader with 69 players remaining. It is Bundes Evgeny from Russia, who was actually the start of day chip leader. Very little known about this player. Online results are hidden, but they have a stack of 4.35 million and have already claimed $2,600 in bounties.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's right, Hippie H. I actually gave Joe some notes on his live shows, and I've actually strongly encouraged him to introduce some musical elements. So it will now be part comedy, part acoustic guitar performance.
Graph Teckle checking the nuts in this multi-way pot.
I can do that. I can check the nuts. It's making the nuts. That part is so hard. Checking the nuts, crazy easy.
When you said I could do that, I thought you meant play acoustic guitar.
I know, same. I was like, can you?
I always thought it might be kind
I'd be
of
really impressed.
I always thought it'd be kind of a funny bit to go out on stage with an acoustic guitar, and like every time I'm about to start playing it, I like launch into like another anecdote or bit, and then never actually play it like over the course of the set. But I feel like somebody must have done that before.
I'm not aware of anyone who basically never gets around to playing the song. Joe, I think you
Ross
found
here
your
says
thing.
it's also going to be part silent room.
I
Well,
can't
Ross,
help but
one
notice
thing's going to be
that.
silent for a while.
Yeah.
You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Always an ace on the desk, and the real kill United Artists is now behind, betting 95,300 into this pot.
I mean, there are some type of Broadway flush draws, straight possibilities that might make the nines feel like there's a chance that they are still slightly ahead, but at the same time, not necessarily going to want to lead again into this spot.
Maria, so let's say you have the nines here, and you don't want to just check because there's an ace and a jack. What's the smallest amount you can get away with betting without it just being basically a check?
I think you can get away with betting a quarter pot for sure on the turn. I mean,
Okay.
you also, as the original pre-flop aggressor, have some ace X's and could potentially be trapping or betting small to get value from all of the jack X's. So that would have worked. I don't think Graph Tackle was ever going to raise the turn. And as you could see just by calling the river, they weren't loving their hand.
Well, after that pot, Graph Tackle has become a top 5 stack. Jan Zaren's currently ranked 5th on the leaderboard behind Mateus, Max Best Hand, Seabart 05, and chip leader Bundes Evgeny. Still 69 players remaining. Blinds have just gone up to 25,000, 50,000. The real kilowatt is all in. Vinny folds the ace-7 suited. Graph Tackle opening with jack 10.
Maria, I have to tell you right now that the waiting room's open for an NBA Top Shot pack drop.
I'm not going to lie, Stapes, I'm a little bit off of that bandwagon these days.
A lot of people are. I just have to tell you because now I can write it off on my taxes because I talked about it at work on a broadcast. So all that money I spent on Top Shot this year.
King's opening, but no one really has a hand that I'm going to be willing to play back with.
But as we've seen, James, the people in the blinds have wanted to get a little frisky with some less than premiums.
I do love a bit of friskiness on a Monday evening.
Not this one, though. I don't even care if this guy is the Pope. Oh, wait, I was wrong.
Emborso. And this is where you start convincing yourself that the jack kicker with the 2 pair on board might be the best hand. Well, I've counterfeited him if he's got like 3s or 4s.
Yeah, and Vinny's played this pretty cagey, checking all the way until the river.
66 players left now. And a reminder that they will play down to a winner this evening. We will crown a champion in this week's Sunday Million. We'll get nearly 51k plus bounties.
Nice one. Steal with 5-6 off. That's got to feel like a win, a good win. Has the real Kahlua calmed down a little bit? Okay.
Maybe. Still 10 minutes till the blinds go up. Still at the 25.50 level right now. And nice job by Vinny there.
It was like the, I don't know what happened on your screens. It was like the dealer forgot to give Graph Tackle the last card. It came out a little laggy over here. Hey, one more over here. Come on. I'm not that good.
And we got the all-in with ace-4, and this may get called by ace-jack. Does get called. Diamonds. And it's the flush on the river. And that's a double up for the real kill. Graph Tackle takes a bit of a hit. And Sasha in action here, opening under the gun with ace-10. Soberly quiet. That player in the big blind has got the spraggy, ace-7.
Sobriquet.
Yes, that. And the spraggy is no good on a king 8-6 board.
So A7 does have the ace of clubs and, of course, you know, the 7 for some potential backdoor straight options. And wow, does end up check raising. Interesting check raise spot. I think that most of the time this type of board texture is going to favor the under the gun opener, but just pick the right time to be aggressive there, and ace 10 can't really call.
Ace king for Emborso opens to 100k. Sobriquet with 7s in the small blind.
Not a huge bounty for Emborso.
Shoves anyway. And Emborso calls. We flip the coin. Ace high flop. Heart's not a factor because the ace of hearts is in Emborso's hand. Does improve to make the nut flush and gets the double up. Sam Wakey says the overcards always win.
That is true.
That's right.
No one's noticed that.
50% of the time, he is 100% accurate.
Has anyone really crunched the numbers on it, though? I don't know. It
Yes.
does seem like the overcards win a little bit more often.
Do you remember, Joe, we had that conversation with Terence Chan for the podcast where he said that long before anyone developed any kind of poker tracker software, PokerStars actually started doing export reports of the number of times that kings cracked aces, the number of times that people lost with a pocket pair to ace king, just to prove that your memory is selective. And actually, if you look at a decent enough sample size of hands, they pretty much run to expectation.
Yeah, like here, like these two aces both flopping an ace against queens. This kind of thing happening all the time. It's actually funnier the way Terrence told the story. It was more like people would complain and writing complaining about bad beats, and then the owner of the company would be like, here's a printout of all the statistics. Jog on, brother.
Yeah.
Pretty coordinated board texture, so ace 4 of clubs trying to find a way to value bet this, but decides not to.
I think you should just not value bet that river just out of embarrassment for cracking queen. It's like, I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I should not have won this. I'm just going to check river.
We get a cheeky tickle from the Graph Teckle with 10-7 of clubs. BB Boss is relatively new to the table. Decides to call on the button with King Jack offsuit.
You guys think that's Benjamin Netanyahu? BB Boss? Maybe?
Gonna say with almost 100% certainty, no.
Graph Teckle can pretty comfortably rep this type of board as the pre-flop opener, and that's going to be it for the King Jack. That's why I think King Jack off of, 50 bigs effective can mix between calling and 3-betting, especially against kind of a middle to late position opener, because it just makes it slightly easier to play post. But it's not always a 3-bet.
The real Kahlua. Queen, 3 of diamonds in the small. And now King Jack for Emborso.
Well, come on then.
Oh, okay. Top pair versus second pair. Straight draw for Emborso. Chile still with the advantage and holds.
Yeah, a quick check back just makes it feel like King Jack potentially can go for value, but does end up checking.
Say hello to Carlito, who says, good evening from Iceland. Love you guys.
Cool. AKA cold.
King, Queen opening. BB Boss flats with Queen, Jack of Strawberries. Ace, King for Emborso in the small blind.
Seems like a great spot to 3-bet shove.
And what does Sasha do? Sasha quickly folds the King, Queen, and the fold from Queen, Jack as well. And Borso picks up a decent pot there. And Ace, King again, this time for BB Boss. Opens.
Little suited Broadway here. Come on.
Wow, surprised they don't just flat that off of their stack size. Definitely doesn't hurt to get involved in position with a hand like that. Just a little bit of a snug fold.
And now BB Boss with Queens. And elects to 3-bet after Sobriquet opened with Ace Jack.
I know it's kind of fishy to have a favorite hand. Is it a little fishy to have a hand that you just don't like messing around with? Like just being like, I'm just not a King 10 fan. Is that bad?
Kind of. I feel like you should always be open to playing any hand in the right situation. But there shouldn't be one hand that you feel like you always want to stay away from because it's hasn't done well for you in the past. That seems as fishy as having like your favorite hand be 8-5 suited or something.
I'm going to say, Joe, that all that time hanging around with the grinders of the casinos of Mississippi during the filming of the card counter has definitely changed your perspective on poker.
There was a lot of me tapping the table and saying nice hands to women over 70. I'll tell you that much.
We've got top pair versus second pair and a flush draw. This is almost 50-50. Vinny with the statistical advantage, even though the real Kahlua has the best hand right now. 135,000 the bet. Vinny raises to 350. I think it could all be going in here.
And here we go.
Yeah, given the stack size, I just imagine, yeah, it's pretty clear to just put it in the middle, hope for a good run out.
Boom.
Ooh.
Spade on the turn, the flush for Vinny, and the elimination of the real Kahlua. And we are down to 57 now. Hello to Shifo84, opening to 115,000 with King, Queen of clubs. Xanadu with Mr. Khan says, I hate messing around with Ace Jack. Always feels icky. There are some casinos where the cards feel icky for sure. Excalibur. Ever played there? Cards are really, really icky.
Well, good news, James. The Excalibur poker room is no more. So no more icky cards for you.
Come back to me when the Excalibur's no more and I'll be even happier.
I was going to say just icky everything else. The Tournament of Kings is pretty dope though, guys.
10s all in and behind. 10s do not improve. Another KO. Sobriquet eliminated by Vinny, who claims another bounty and is now up to 5.2 million. And yep, I can confirm that Vinny, playing from the United Kingdom, is the chip leader with 54 remaining. a set of sixes for Emborso and a low board for BB Boss and the straight draw for Shifo.
There's always an ace on the desk unless someone flops an underset to you.
Yeah, John pointing out that it is the case 6 as well, because Jan Zarens folded 8-6 pre, 132,000. And of course, not just flopping a set, flopping a full house.
Shifo's
Yeah,
real
and there's
mad.
obviously the the expectation that, you know, the early position opener is going to have a lot of the overcards and potentially trying to just get you off of your hand. So there's not a lot of room for tens to just be folding to the bet.
There's just so few hands that this position's supposed to hit here.
Go for it. Maximize
I mean, I
your
guess you have to
value.
be worried about jacks and queens and stuff more than sixes or a deuce, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly there's a lot of
go.
combos of value hands as well. But of course, if we talk about some of the ace-x of hearts, you know, the wheel type ace-x's that potentially was betting as well as a semi-bluff, I think that it's just about weighing out, you know, how many combos of bluffs versus value. Really, you've just got jacks, queens, kings, or aces that would play this way. And
Good fold.
wow, good fold.
And look at this. Emborso back in the action, opening with King 10 of diamonds. Right in the kisser. Folds the 10-6. Fold it around to the button, 6-4 offsuit. Nope. And the call from Kisser with Jack 9 of hearts, and Borso can see a free flop with a dominated hand. Nope, raises with it.
Maria, what's your frequency for just checking back really bad hands like this in the big blind versus raising like we just saw there?
I think that it's a pretty high frequency when I'm fairly deep and have the small blind cover that I'm going to be raising against their limp with the weakest part of my range. I think if Quisser had something like 20 bigs effective, I think it makes it a little bit less valuable because they'll have some limp shoves in their range, and there's going to be some hands where I just don't want to put in extra chips with against that stack size. But if we're fairly deep, I'm probably going for it a pretty high percentage of the time.
I knew it. I knew you were always doing that to me.
You have more limp folds from the small blind than the average player, Joe, so I have to go for it.
That's true. And I have almost no limp re-raises, so it's probably a pretty safe bet on your part.
You're too scared to slow play, so I'm like, I know I'll hear from him if the guy has a big hand.
That is a straight. In fact, it is a super straight. 9-10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Can we get an 8 on the river, and then we're going to pay out the fortune bonus to every player at the table? Oh, didn't get there. Only the sixes had called. Then he raised him with the old Dolly Parton. 9-5 gets a fold. Break coming in 10 minutes time. 51 players remaining. That means 30 eliminations so far today in the first 45 minutes of play. Playing down not just to a final table tonight, playing down to a winner in this Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million. 11,601 entries. Let me just have a look how that breaks down. That is 8,054 unique players and 3,547 re-entries. More than 2,000 got paid, so they played into the money and well beyond last night. Came back with 81 today, and it concludes tonight. 4-3, threes go to the flop. Three still good. Oliocho asks, what is this bonus, James?
You know, like a car or a trip around the world.
Sorry, guys. This is not part of the Big 20 Rewind series. This is just a special Big 20 themed edition of the Sunday Million, the regular 109 Sunday Million, which for 1 week only has become a PKO. But no, don't be confused with the series of MTTs we're running to mark 20 years of PokerStars history. I believe, what day is it today? 2015. So 2015 is the year of sports and casino. It's the year that PokerStars went multi-vertical. So if you play tonight's event, you can potentially win a trip to the home of gambling, Las Vegas.
Ooh. If you play in tonight's event, you are more than welcome to play the Stars Casino.
Ace-9 versus Ace-10, and Ace-10 still good.
Yeah, with this type of run out, both ace highs feel comfortable with their showdown value, and kicker is still going to play in this situation.
What are you chuckling at, Joseph?
I can't, I mean, it can't be red. I typically would just ignore those, but that one actually made me snort. Sorry for drawing attention to it.
Ace King Kisser opens to 144,000.
Oh, another standard coin flip in the works, I think.
Because a quiz with a fist is better than none.
And Smiley elects to jam on Kisser, who calls all in. We're off to the races. Ace high flop. And a queen on the river.
Baby.
As we established earlier, the overcards always win, apart from the times when they don't. That being one of them. And Smiley claims a bounty and is up to 4.6 million. Do you think that Kisser did the premature celebration? Ace on the flop? Yes.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
going to get done on the river. Sasha all in with Ace Jack and does not get action from Ace 7. Continuing to watch this table featuring Jans Arens, Graf Tekel, playing from Austria this evening. A high-stakes end boss. That is literally how StatTrick describes him. 2 Scoop titles, 2 WCOOP titles. Has featured on many of the streams that we brought you from the PokerStars Arena since last summer.
Shaping up to be the end boss for 48 of these players.
This is the kind of situation I refer to as a Stapes situation, where you're thinking, okay, I'm going to play a $109 buy-in. This is going to be at my comfort level. I'm probably going to be playing against people who maybe are either at my level or maybe a bit more inexperienced, and I get Graf Tekel at my table for pretty much the whole of day 2.
And he's the only one that we know of in there too, right? It's not like
That's
there's
true.
like 4 or 5 online crushers still in this. Nope. There's one, and you're at Graph Tackle's table. Congrats.
Blimey O'Reilly, Mr. Smiley with the Rockets opens to 138K. And now
Okey-dokey.
Kings. Slight downgrade, but you're not going to complain.
I complain when you get no action 2 hands in a row.
Oh.
Oh.
Aces again. It's time for Graph Tackle.
It's like a TV show.
Yeah, and this will be interesting because it does appear that Graph Tackle has a pretty good squeeze spot. So not going to necessarily be given a lot of credit for this 3-bet. Not to mention King Queen suited is a fine hand, I think, to peel against a 3-bet just because you're in position. It has a lot of post-flop playability. And with the ace queen behind, you know, just over 20 bigs, wouldn't even mind seeing them go all in over the top, but does just call.
Ooh, and does not have pot behind and has flopped the gut shot. A bet and a very, very quick call.
Yeah, Graph Tackle deciding if maybe if they check it over, could they perhaps get them to bet? But of course, given the stack to pot ratio being so small, really, it's just easier to put it in and hope that you get a call.
Yeah. So Graph Tackle just sitting outside the top 10 right now, 11th in chips with 3.4 million. Vinny, who's also at the feature table, still the chip leader with 5.4 million. There is another player with a similar size stack, Foxy Love 47 from Germany, also playing around the 5.4 million mark.
Tackle peeling with the deuces.
And deuce is still good, but the more barrels you face from Vinny here, the less comfortable you're going to be feeling.
I don't know. I just feel like Graph Tackle knows exactly what you have here, like every time.
The sizing out of Vinny is on the small side, but it looks like Graph Tackle may be considered, but again, doesn't know what's going to happen on the river.
And Borso with the Rockets opens to 120K.
These people are just making it look easy to get aces. Ah, Graph Tackle here. Bad timing for this light 3-bet with the Jack 9 suited.
I mean, it's hard to know someone's going to have aces every single hand.
Yeah. Well, now we can take just a little bit of time and then throw this away and move on to the next one. And blinds are
Man
up,
after my own heart.
35,000, 70,000.
Never stop raising with aces.
Graph Tackle
Don't ever
now
take a
with the
flop.
Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit.
Vinny's had King 10 of diamonds like 4 times in the last couple of orbits. Oh,
just the
baby.
flush. Just the flush for Shifo. Meanwhile, top 2 for Vinny. The gut shot for BB Boss.
Wow, and Vinny just checks. I think a lot of the time you'll see them bet just to protect against a lot of the naked flush draws, but I mean, this is probably going to work out for him.
I mean, Schiffo shouldn't really want to see another spade either, right?
No.
Yeah, that's why. And they also bet pot, so.
Oh, can you imagine a situation where Vinny decides to shove river and Schifo folds the winner? No, goes check, check, and we are going to be on break. So the first session reaches its end. 49 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million, a Big 20 edition of this $109 buy-in event. And as we go to break, a 5-minute hiatus in the action. 2 Germans at the top of the leaderboard. A Timmy with 6 million, Foxy Love with 5.7 million. Vinny's just dropped down to third on the leaderboard with 5.1 million. So during that break, I want to tell Maria and Joe about the fact that I got to play poker last week. Now, Joe, you know I don't play a lot of poker. So when I tell you that I played not once but twice in one day, that's pretty impressive. When I tell you that I played online and I played live for the first time since we were in Vegas together in December 2019, that's also a big deal. When I tell you I made 2 final tables in one day, that's amazeballs, right?
That is great. Not to take away from it. I want to big you up. I want to be complimentary. But what were the field sizes of these 2 things where you made the final table?
Okay. So the online event I played was an internal staff tournament as part of the Big 20 celebrations. We've had some stuff going on in the company. So there were 207 runners, and I made the final table, finishing in 9th place to claim a voucher and a cuddly toy. And I was very happy with that. And it was a turbo. I ran golden. It was a lot of fun. And of course, there's a lot of needle with the throwables and the chat at the table when you're playing against colleagues. And it put me in a good mood in the afternoon. Before the evening, Thursday evening, I went to a ceremony at Grosvenor House on Park Lane where the EGR Awards were taking place, which bill themselves as the Oscars of the online gaming world. A bit of a stretch, but that's their phrase, not mine. The first thing I should say is that PokerStars was named Poker Operator of the Year, and I have the proof because I brought the award home with me, and it's now sat on my desk. I didn't mean to bring it home with me. It made its way into my pocket, and then I realized the next day that I still had it. But after the awards show, they had a live poker tournament, and I made the final table of that one. And then I channeled my inner Stapleton, and I bubbled in 4th place because only the top 3 got paid. And sadly, I missed out on one of the prizes, which I think were bottles of booze in bags. And considering the state I was in on Thursday night, probably best that I went away without any more alcohol. But it was actually really strange to have that experience of handling chips and cards again after so long. Not that I play that regularly anyway, so I don't feel I've missed it maybe as much as some people have. But nonetheless, it was nice to be reminded of what it's like to sit at a poker table and occasionally experience a little bit of success. Joe, I don't know whether you're aware, but Selling Sunset Season 4 has dropped on Netflix.
I watched it, all of it, the entire thing. I watched every episode yesterday, start to finish.
Please don't spoil it for me, because at this point in time, I left the action where we're at the party to celebrate the dog's birthday. It's a real thing. It's a birthday party for the dogs. Mary didn't want Christine there, but Jason invited her. Mary's now having it out with Jason in the garage. Why did you invite Christine? And you know in the next episode it's going to kick off and there's going to be this awesome showdown between Mary and Christine. So I cannot wait for the next episode of Selling Sunset. I will be watching it right now if it weren't for this tournament. So I kind of need these guys to get on with it. I kind of need this to play a little bit quicker, Maria, because, you know, I'm being deprived right now of my scripted reality action.
I mean, as somebody who also binge watched Selling Sunset Season 4, you don't want to see Mary upset on tequila is all I have to say.
Oh,
what is the relationship between Mary and Jason? Do they share the dogs?
Yes, because they used to be a couple. So Mary and Jason were an item. They had the dogs. So the dogs are kind of like their children, and now they kind of like, you know, split them. But yeah, I do know that there's one spoiler I am aware of, because I do know of the relationship that Chriselle is now in, and I'm assuming that happens later in this season.
I don't think so. I think maybe it happens after the season. Maria, you finished it, right? I don't. There's a guy she goes on a date with, like on the boat, and he behaves horrifically, like embarrassingly bad.
Oh, right?
I don't know if you got to that
I know.
episode, like real
Do you
cringe.
want me to? Do you want me to tell you?
Super cringe.
So Chriselle is the one who used to be married to the Manny from This Is Us. Got divorced at the end of the last season. Do you want to know who she's with now?
Yes.
She's with Jason Oppenheim.
I don't think that happens in this. I mean, I when I watch those
No.
shows, I'm kind of just sort of on my phone and just doing other things, but I don't remember that happening by the end of the season.
No, they tease
I
it for
appreciate
the next one.
Okay.
I appreciate that we've probably lost all of our viewers during that conversation. Joe, you can take a break. Maria and I are going to continue to call the action at this Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million with 49 players remaining. So sticking with the same feature table, Maria, where we still have Graf Tekel, we still have Jans Arens, who is opening here with King 7 of Spades. Friendship is Tragic says, what is this show? I live in a cave and don't have Netflix. It is a scripted reality show called Selling Sunset, and it's absolutely awful, but just so ridiculously watchable. I don't think Emborso's folding here, Maria.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but does elect to fast play. I mean, I think a call sometimes could be in order, certainly could represent, you know, a weaker part of your range like the 8X or some of these gut shot straight draws, the Jack 10, the Jack 9 possible, and could give, you know, Graf Tekel a little bit more rope there, but decides not to.
Wooly says, you couldn't pay me enough to watch a reality TV show. See, Wooly, I felt the same way. And I only agreed to watch this show initially because I thought we were going to see lots of really sick houses. And don't get me wrong, you do see some amazing properties. But most of the time, it's a bunch of women sitting around bitching about each other. And somehow, despite the fact that it's awful and completely set up and completely orchestrated and not at all real, it's somehow really engrossing. I hate myself. Just to be serious about it for 1 second, I hate myself for loving this show, but I can't help but just watch it episode after episode.
There's definitely worse reality shows than that. I mean, don't be too hard on yourself, James.
That is a KO. Sixes do not hold against the ace-jack. That is a flip where the overcards do win, and we are down to 47. RDO3 says, James, poker tourneys are reality TV unless they're faking the games. But that's the thing, reality TV is a misnomer because there is very little real about reality TV. It is very carefully controlled, contrived, and in the case of a show like the one we're talking about, scripted by the producers. So poker is more real than reality. Oh, we could use that line. Oh, BB Boss. Well, does flop the straight draw. And Borso still with the best hand for now, bets, and there's the king on the turn. That is the straight for BB Boss, plus a redraw to a flush, Maria.
Yeah, I mean, really huge hand. SPR, you know, just a little bit above 1, so gonna let his opponent do the work.
Okay, so straight on the turn, spade flush on the river, and Borso, please bet, please bet.
Yeah, just so much board coverage here, though, so You probably can't expect your opponent to have very many strong hands. I think that this ace high probably might just go for showdown, even though they're not going to be beating too much. Just a kind of tough line to take, I think, once you check back the turn to potentially think about betting this river and have it look credible.
And just picking up on that point that RDO made, and obviously, Maria, when we caught up on the podcast last week, we talked about big game, we talked about Shark Cage. And look, Shark Cage was a fun format where we threw in a lot of odd little quirks, the whole bluffing value bet rule, putting players in a cage. It's one of the first games that played with a time bank, which is now pretty much the standard for most major live MTTs. But at the core of it is still a game that is not controlled or contrived or in any way scripted. And I'll be honest with you, over the years that I've worked in TV poker, some people have come up with some interesting formats, interesting ideas. And as soon as they get to the point where they talk about how they would basically almost decide the hands and rig the hands, I'm out. The moment that you basically take the shuffle out of it, the moment that you actually take the purity of poker out of it, it's like, no, not interested.
Yeah.
Optimus Clang says, I'm a bit behind on the podcast. Comes of not traveling as much these days. Why don't you run yourself a nice hot bath, have a soak, and enjoy it playing on your Zune by your bathside for an hour and 7 minutes? Worst case scenario, don't forget that every week there's always a snippet from the podcast made available on the PokerStars YouTube channel. So if you want a condensed version of our conversation with Maria and Antonio Esfandiari, check out the video uploaded to YouTube at the weekend. Down to 43 players now. Oh, that'll be no time bank left. And 9-6 with the best hand. Sasha all in on the flop. Graf Tekel looking at not the biggest bounty in the world.
Yeah, pretty natural stop and go once you flop, you know, 9s and 8s here. But of course, Graf Tekel just wondering, could you be ahead of 7-6? Those straight draws, flush draws, so does call with that bounty on the line, but doesn't get there.
And so Sasha gets the double up. Ace-King for Mborso. Unless BB Boss defends with 8-4 of clubs, this hand is going to be over. We do get a defend, and an 8 on the flop. Oh, the board gets straightier on the turn. And this is going to be everyone's favorite type of pot.
There's a slight possibility Mborso could... Okay, well... No, they just want us here to say
chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Wow. I just got a one-word review there from the production team, and that word was, said in this tone of voice, no.
Really? I know it's been a while, but it didn't feel as bad as some of the other ones have. I'm not sure about this.
I hate to say this to you, Maria, but you're not doing much to repair the reputation that you've built up over the years.
I don't know if I built that reputation or Stapes bad-mouthing me built that reputation up. Like, I don't think I've done anything to contribute to it really, but I don't know.
Oh wow,
It's just
this
me.
is basically the selling sunset of poker right now. It's like, well, Joe's been saying some pretty bad things about your ability to sing the Chop Pot song.
Should I throw a drink in Stapes' face next time I see him? Because I'll do it. I will do it. I have no qualms about that.
Ooh, kings still good. Graph Teckle with a draw. Arcane says the melancholy of Maria Ho made it beautiful. There you go. That's a much more engaging, in-depth review than a simple score out of 10, right?
And I appreciate the alliteration as well.
We have got a straighty flushy board here, and the ace alone would make me be hating this if I was Shifo here with kings.
Yeah, especially with no king of diamonds backup. Definitely hard to imagine a situation where you're going to feel really good, especially up against, you know, a half pot size bet. Does end up calling.
Well, and kings still good, and Shifo has roughly pot behind, but checks it. And I tell you what, if Graph Teckle can follow up on that turn bet with something chunky on the river, if Graph Teckle can put their opponent to a decision for all their chips, this will be awesome. And can Shifo find the hero call?
And this is why you don't want somebody of Graph Teckle's caliber at your table, right? Because you're put in this incredibly tough situation. You don't block any diamonds. Yeah.
Folds it. So Graph Teckle, Jan Zaren's now playing a stack of around 3.5 million. Average right now is 2.8 million with 41 remaining. Timmy from Germany, still chip leader with 7 million. Foxy Love 47, also from Germany, second on the leaderboard with 5.2. Vinny, who is our table chip leader, sits in third place. Oh. Going to get the bad news in 30 minutes time. That is the delay on the feed. Ja Yeet playing from Finland. Vinny calling with the Queen 4. Ace Queen still good.
And the Queen 4 with the check raise, like Vinny has done a couple of things that are, you know, appreciated, but one would call maybe a recklessly aggressive play.
Sevens for Mr. Salgado. And Mr. Salgado, relatively short, just shy of $1 million at the 35,000, 70,000 blind level, decides to get it in. Vinny might give him a spin. Yep, flip the coin. Seven's holding. And seven's good. Mr. Salgado gets the double up. Blinds up to 40,000, 80,000. so. Opening with King Queen of Diamonds. Gets folds from everyone. Been at 41 players for some time now.
They're definitely deep enough, yeah, for the Jack-8 to come along and outflop the King-Jack in this case.
And the King kicker is playing. Poor old Smiley got counterfeited on the river by the 10 of broccoli.
Still does go for value. I think half pot size isn't really a defensive bet. It's more a value bet, just not thinking that the 10x is going to connect too often once the flop was checked back, but not a good time to go for value there.
Ace-8 versus Queen-10 and an Ace-Queen-5 flop. Advantage, Yayit. Seven of spades on the turn.
Don't think it's time to fold second pair quite yet. There's obviously quite a few draws available with the clubs, and again, the King Jack, King 10, those type of combos are also going to probably bet again.
And now we've got the Rockets. So Wooly asks, James, how long ago did you and Joe do the big game? You guys looked so young back then. Wasn't me, different fella. I believe the big game was Joe's first TV gig. I think he worked with Chris Rose on the first season and with Scott Huff on the second season, but I never worked on the big game.
But Joe definitely looked a lot younger than confirmed.
He's not aged well.
Oh!
Oh! Ace is cracked. Grotesque run out as Smiley takes the bounty and Sasha is eliminated in 41st place. James, you do look like Chris Rose. If I'll take that as a compliment. If only I had his talent, career, and money.
You definitely have his talent. Money,
Bless
you know,
you,
I don't
Maria.
know how much you get paid, James. Like,
I'm just going to throw it out there that I don't think televised poker pays the same as like Major League Baseball or NFL. I'm going to say that the kind of contract Chris Rose is on with Fox is probably a little bit more than what the poker industry is willing to pay.
then maybe we need to set up a GoFundMe for you, James. Like, we need...
No. I'm doing fine. It's not, as I said, it's not kind of like American sportscaster type money, but I'm fine. He's working for an independent blog now, John Boy Media. Hold on, let's do some Googling. Chris. Well, he still works on the NFL Network and also does battle bots for the Discovery Channel.
That sounds like a cool show. I've never watched it or heard of it, but seems interesting.
Yeah, I think he's doing all right.
Wow. Vinny clearly turning these deuces into a bluff, but Graf Teckle with the straight. Not the nuts, though.
Lord Rhaegar Targaryen says we need big live tournaments and see people's faces when playing. The personal live poker is much more entertaining. I don't think you'll find many people who disagree with that. And I would love it if we could showcase live poker right now. If only it weren't for this pesky pandemic. You might have heard about it. It kind of happened at the start of 2020. It's kind of eclipsed most other events in the world for the last 24 months. It's not like we decided, let's just stop running live events and just stream online poker instead all the time.
Yeah, I feel like Stapes would have been halfway to Prague by now if it weren't for some of the recent developments.
Yeah, obviously very sad decision that was taken at the end of last week in light of the new restrictions that the Czech government has had to put in place, a state of emergency in the country. So sadly, EPT Prague has been postponed and will not be going ahead in December of this year. And this is the reality, guys. Just when you think you're turning the corner, just when you think we can get back to a situation that's as near as damn to normal as we used to have, you get hit by another curveball. Something else happens. The question now is whether Maria will get a shot at redemption.
I was going to say my question now is, do I need to start sooner? What was the problem? The timing?
Go as soon as you hear me say the word, say. Don't pause. As soon as I say that word.
Okay, but if I do that, I'm just saying that you lose all deniability for it being on me if the timing isn't right, because then that's on you. Like, you need to be coming in at the right time.
I will wait the appropriate amount of time. Your cue is, you know what they say. As soon as you hear that, no beat, just go. And I will try and wait the appropriate amount of time. And I promise I will blame you if it goes wrong. Maria, that was a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Okay, we got a better. We got a distinct better there. So that worked.
I definitely went right after. There's not much more I could do.
Ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
But not as good as ace-king suited.
Yeah, ace-queen definitely shrivels up a little bit considering all the calls behind. Sometimes people will find some slow plays, of course, so... And, okay, Vinny, you know, Vinny's been ready to go, so not surprised.
Oh, Vinny, buddy. Vinny gone. That is a KO. That is a huge pot. And that is 9.3 million for Graph Teckle. Ladies and gentlemen, Jans Arens is the chip leader with 38 players remaining in this special edition of the Sunday Million, and is also the single biggest bounty available now. That little red target, close to $1,700, but of course no one can win that bounty right now because Graph Teckle's got them all covered. Nice line from John Delano. Wow, Vinny clearly had dinner plans with Carvery. That was the biggest part of this tournament so far. Arcane. I preferred the melancholic Maria. You can't please all the people
everybody
all the time.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Luckily, I'm old enough where I don't try to. Believe me, it was a tough juggling act in my 20s. I felt like I clearly was trying too hard to please everyone, and that was very exhausting.
Well, this is top pair against a flush draw, and the flush draw gets there on the turn.
Yeah, but not the nut flush draw, so it is funny how you kind of lead and then all of a sudden you are checking the turn when you get there. But I think now you can pretty clearly put in the value bet of over pot.
Oh.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
We got the snowmans for Emborso. And 8 still good against Queen 4 and a King Deuce Deuce flop.
And you can definitely expect to see more wide opens from Graph Teckle, you know, just with that very clear chip lead. The Queen 4 suited and things like that is going to start looking good from any position.
Oh, just a full house. Just a full house. Smiley opening with King Jack. And King Jack flops best, top pair. 45,000, 90,000. My favorite made-up blind level.
James, when you played live recently, did you feel like it was almost a little bit harder than before because it's been so long to, you know, count your stack or see how many chips were in the pot? Like, I felt like I had a tough time kind of adjusting back to quickly figuring out, okay, how much is in the pot? How much do I have in my stack? I was like,
what you
not
have
as
to
easy as
remember,
it was.
Maria, is that A, this was a free roll. B, it was a poker tournament at an event where everyone was a little bit merry after the dinner and drinks. And it was also a turbo. So basically, the blinds were going up every 3 minutes, so it involved going all in a lot.
Okay.
So actually, all you need to do is just grab everything and bet them all. I know what you mean, though. It did feel... But I think I always have that feeling, though, because, as I said, I don't play that frequently. So, okay, it's a slightly longer gap than normal, near enough 2 years, but often months will go by where I haven't sat at a poker table or handled chips and cards. So I am used to having those kind of like gaps and fumbling my way through it for the first few orbits.
Yeah, on 3 separate occasions at the World Series, I actually counted my chip stack wrong. And when I bagged up, I wrote the wrong chip count. And I'm certain it wasn't because I somehow lost some chips in the unbagging process. It was 100% because I just counted my stack wrong because I just wasn't used to it.
Yeah. In terms of stack counting, it's basically I probably have at any given time between 10 and 15 big blinds because that's like, you know, all that's in play right now. And I'm guessing that Jack 4, well, 7-3's drawing dead.
Looks like somebody's calling on the house phone here, James. Should I answer it?
I mean, if it's an emergency, you better take it.
I don't think it's an emergency. I know that people aren't really familiar with, you know, home phones, landlines. It's still a thing, guys, in some parts of the world. Certainly at my parents' house. I'm going to have to unplug that.
Oh, landlines. I remember when I used to have one of those.
The tough part is you just don't know. It doesn't show up as scam likely. So when you answer, it could certainly be a telemarketer. You have no idea. You think it's important. It's not the same as a cell phone with all the caller ID and the fancy schmancy heads up they give you.
Well, Tom's suggestion was to put it on speaker for everyone to hear what could possibly go wrong. Yeah. Now, I have not had, I mean, obviously I do have a landline because that's how I get broadband, but I've not had a phone plugged into it for near enough 10 years now. Nuba. Opening with ace-3, but BB Boss has got kings. And I can't help but feeling that the average stack must have slipped slightly. Because this seems to be going, I wouldn't say slowly, but the pace of eliminations is not as quick as I would have guessed it to be. So average is 3.2 million right now. Actually, it's kind of around where it normally is. I'll take it back.
Yeah, ace-9 off. Not doing too well, but yeah, I mean, always with the bounty factor, you never know how wide people are willing to call it off.
Yeah. Nine for offsuit. Interesting. And we get the shove from Mr. Salgado with King Queen. And
Talk about a wide open. I just
yeah. So make it look good, then fold, move on
Yeah.
to the next. Something significant's clearly happened at one of the other tables because Timmy0308, a player from Germany who I referenced earlier, has taken the chip lead and is the first player to cross the 10 million mark. So Timmy currently with 10.2 million. That means Graf Tekel, Jan Zarens is second in chips with 8.2 million and still 36 players remaining. Oh, we've got snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
And we've got the ladles for Mr. Salgado.
The ladles. Huh. I like it. Now I
Wookie
want
says,
soup.
oh, FFS thought it was final table. Very rare to have a final table when there are 36 players remaining. Don't know if anyone has ever attempted a 36 max table. You could do it if you gave everyone one whole card. One whole card and 6 community cards to make the best 5-card hand from the 7 available. I don't know. Do we think this format's got legs? I don't think this format's got legs.
I don't know how you would do this online, but live, what if you did one whole card per person and then every 2 people shared one whole card as well? So you put it in between you guys and you guys can both kind of peek at it. Is that not enough cards for 30 people? So 15
Yeah.
additional. So 30 plus
Yeah.
45 plus the board.
Yeah.
Oh, but not enough for the burns though.
Now, Maria, you've done a fair few broadcasts with us over the years, so you probably by this point in time know the answer to this question. What is the #1 rule of being a know-it-all?
Oh, you have to be right?
Absolutely, 100% correct. So when Darren Anthony says, James, you're not showing how many people are left or even mentioning it. So when I verbally reference how many players are remaining on a regular basis, and we have a graphic in the top left-hand corner that constantly reveals the field size, that would be showing and mentioning the field size, wouldn't it?
I think that counts, yeah.
Don't worry, Darren, I won't hold it against you. You're banned. Well, we've got 10s here for Mr. Salgado and kings for BB Boss. did see this great story here from Alex. Just want to save it for when this hand is over.
Wow, just a shove and not even a 3-bet. I think this actually does make BB Boss's hand look weaker. But again, you are shoving against an under the gun opener, so definitely still have to have a pretty strong hand with about 30 bigs effective. So nice folds with the 10s.
So Alex says, I played at a home game where the guy responsible for it would always want one table regardless of players. It was ridiculous. The most we had was 19. Love it. Definitely not COVID compliant. So ace-5 offsuit to graph tackle, and a pair of 5s on the flop. This is domination rotation in Jan Zaren's favor. And now picks up the nut flush draw to go with a pair of 5s. Yeah, these are chips that are going into the abyss, my friend.
Yeah, easy call here for Graph Teckle. Is afraid of, obviously, you know, trip kings, and potentially for the sizing on the turn, a Jack X would also bet. So this one.
Well, yeah. It's a flushy paired board, just a 5. Do you know what? My finger's on the button, because if Jans can find a call here, I will consider this to be a hero. He does it! And here is a postscript to that hand. It is a hashtag fun fact from StatTrick. That hand played out in real time, just as the hand where Graph Teckle bluffed him with King 10 went out on the stream.
Wow. Yeah, I think for Graph Teckle, just feeling like there's, you know, a good amount of the Queen 10 type combos that with that missed straight draw, and Graph Teckle doesn't like to fold. I know that from my experience playing with him, so
Yeah.
not surprised.
Oh, there's an amazing conversation going on right now about the maximum number of players you can actually have at a live poker table to play No Limit Texas Hold'em with 2 whole cards per player, 5 board cards plus 3 burn cards. And the fact there's not a simple answer, and the fact that a fight is practically breaking out, I'm enjoying every second of it. Please keep going, guys. It's the most entertainment I've had all week. 52 minus 8 is definitely not 46. It's comments like that that just have me loving life right now. Are we counting jokers for the deck? Oh, the Rockets are back. $52 minus 8 is not 46.
Wow. Take a page out of Amborso's book, Stapes, because I like that flat. Very, very sneaky. Does end up taking the aces 3 ways, but still not a bad board.
I'm assuming the answer is 22, right? 22 players with whole cards is 44 cards, and you need 5 cards for community cards plus 3 burn cards is 8. 44 plus 8 is 52. Have I got it right? This isn't my area of expertise, people.
I really wish the human calculator was here instead of eating a hot dog, because we would have the answer to that.
And blinds up to 50,000, 100,000. We'll talk of the human calculator. It's his blind level. Pygmy Dwarf says, I need to be able to run it twice. Can't do 22. That's a shame. I do think I do want to look into, and again, I appreciate that we're going to need a very large table, and also probably this is not the right time in society to do it, but I do want us to investigate the 36 max format that was brought up earlier on, where you play with 1 whole card and 6 community cards at a 36-seater table. Right now there are 34 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million, but they are not all at the same table, nor is this the final table. Well, I know Incognito's got kids. 1 + 1 equals a window. Yes. Always popular with the youngins, that one. K. Meisel says, what was that game called? It sounds amazing. It's 36 Max Hold'em. So we know that 6 Max is a very popular format. I'm just adding a 3. What would your range need to be? But ranges change, right? Because you've only got 1 card.
Right. The truth is position is going to be the most important thing. And I feel like we're going to need to come up with some new names for all the positions in between under the gun and the button in that scenario.
No. It's very simple, Maria. We have under the gun +1, under the gun +2, under the gun +3, under the gun +4, under the gun +5, under the gun +6, under the gun +7, then under the gun +8, under the gun... I think you get the idea.
Then we go button, and then button -1, button -2, like all the way back
no,
around.
You still have your low jack
gun.
and your hijack. I think the low jack will be after under the gun +28. Just realised that with only 1 whole card, there might be a lot of chops. And everyone loves a chop pot.
That's when I think we're going to need to just record the song in unison once and for all, so that we can just press a button and play it, because nobody needs to hear us tinkering around with it the way that we are when it's going to be played that many times.
I mean, can you imagine being the poor dealer who is selected to deal the 36 Max Hold'em table? You've got to run a game with 36 people, try and keep them all acting in turn, and then the number of chops you're then going to have to administer. Oh, man. We need to try it. We need to try it in a real-world environment. It's the only way we'll know for sure. Yeah, Alex is right. Blinds will go up 5 times before the hand is done. It's amazing. It will take 3 blind levels to play a single hand. Ah.
So we're going to need like the 75-25 level and the 75-25 15-50 level in order to
I mean, one thing I would say, Maria, that with that many players at the table, I do think we are going to need more players to post. So I think we're going to need a mini blind, a small blind, a big blind, a bigger blind, a biggest blind, maybe even a maxi blind. Oh,
a ginormous blind.
A ginormous blind.
I think with about 20 bigs effective, you should feel good about just putting the ace-king in there, but does go for a 3-bet. It's going to be pretty interesting for Graph Teckle because you're not going to really see that many 3-bets off of that stack size, and it would feel like it's incredibly strong when they do that versus just shoving over the 2x open. Yeah, not surprised to see just the slow play there from the aces.
And all in on the flop. And aces hold, that is KO. And Graph Teckle takes a bounty and reclaims the chip lead. Jan Zaren's back in the catbird seat with 11.2 million. Idols from the UK is currently second in chips with 8.6 million. And Jan's still the single biggest bounty available, worth $1,900 immediately if you were to KO Graph Teckle. Starbuck the third says, I for one would look forward to playing a 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 20, 100 cash game. Guys, I really think there's something in this. You know, often we have this situation where we have 32 players remaining. We know they're split out over 4 tables right now. We can only watch one table or follow the action at one table at a time. And people are like, what about player X? What about player Y? You know, what's happening to, I don't know, Stella right now? Imagine if we were playing 36 Max Hold'em. They'd all be at one table. You'd be seeing all of your favorite players compete for the Sunday Million title.
This could become a pretty big confrontation button versus small blind, but looks like Graph Teckle won't get into it with Smiley just yet. Smiley really hasn't shown a propensity to get out of line or to be overactive, so I don't mind a little bit of passivity out of the nines.
Pisty says I'd need to buy a bigger monitor. No, we'll just make all the graphics smaller. Just, you know. Actually, that would then require you to have a bigger monitor. Sorry. Or invest in a magnifying glass. No diamond, but it is a king on the river. So Smiley now with the advantage. And yes, Wolfie Spirit, there will be throwables on the 36 max table. It's a 36 max table because you could play with 31 players. 36 is the cap. And it's a 36 player table or 36 seater table, not 36 man table. This is 2021. Yeah, Alex, that was a pretty big part, and I believe it has lost Graph Teckle the chip lead. Number 2, Foxy Love 47 back in control now with 10.2 million. But the chip lead is changing quickly. A lot of big pots being played. 31 remaining. Down to 3 tables when we get to 27. Not going to get there before the break, which is almost upon us. Maybe one more hand. Sixes still ahead for now.
Yeah, given the fact that this pot is multi-way, I can see why Yari decides to check, even though they do have quite a bit of equity with that gut shot Broadway. Smiley was just hoping to fold out a lot of the overcard equity and those type of hands that the sixes really don't want to let see a couple of free ones with, but now clearly turning the sixes into a bluff works.
So we've hit the second break of the day as we continue to play down to a winner in this Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million. 31 players competing for a first prize of nearly $51,000 plus bounties. And as I referenced a couple of minutes ago, Foxy Love 47 from Germany is currently the chip leader with 9.8 million. Playing down to the final table and beyond on this stream. After this 5-minute break, Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Joe, we managed to workshop an entirely new poker format. Please add it to the list with all the other ideas that we've been workshopping over the last few years. The bubble list tournament, all the rest of it. I reckon we've got a really solid dossier that we can now take to the PokerStars Fat Cat and make ourselves millionaires.
But what's the new idea?
Oh, 36 max hold'em, sorry. The idea is it's a single table of 36 players. You only get dealt one whole card, but to compensate, there are 6 community cards. It's still a version of 7-card stud, but you have 1 and 6 rather than 2 and 5.
I mean, that sounds like a game where you really got to be peddling the nuts, doesn't it?
Perfect. I mean, it's also a game where you think you can hide in the weeds, but we just established you're going to have multiple blinds. At least 5 or 6 players are going to be in the blinds every hand. So, you know.
And then what do you just get 4 players move all in with an ace every time?
No, it would be pot limit pre-flop, no limit post-flop. I'm making it up as I'm going along, but
that sounds like all the holes are plugged.
Absolutely. We've also got names for every position at the table. It is perfect. We will definitely be making that happen in the near future. I didn't ask. I realised. You know, obviously a few people have brought up Thanksgiving. You brought up the fact that you feel you added weight, Joe. How was your Thanksgiving weekend?
It was really great, actually. I don't think I added that much weight, at least on the day, because we didn't do anything on the day. We had everybody over the following day. We're like, go do your family stuff, and then we'll do like more of like a grown-up but not grown-up Thanksgiving on Friday, on Black Friday. So it was a really, really nice day. Had a bunch of friends over. I ordered some deep-fried turkeys from Texas. They came shipped in dried ice, and we cooked those up, put a bunch of sides on the grill. It was a really, really nice day overall. Thank you for asking.
You're more than welcome. Maria, how are things in your part of the world?
Good. I had a very low-key Thanksgiving. I didn't really do much. I had just gotten back from Vegas, and, you know, with COVID concerns and certain things, you know, we didn't do a big family gathering. I actually was invited to join in on Stapes' Friendsgiving with all the fried turkey and stuff, but I didn't really know how they were going to properly reheat a fried turkey, so I decided not to go because I feel like that's something that could be ruined really easily.
I absolutely love it. Maria boycotts Stapes' Friday Thanksgiving party through fears of food poisoning. On the one hand, you could say that's a gross lack of confidence. On the other, it's just common sense. Either way, Joe, you don't seem to be offended.
I'm not offended because the real reason Marie didn't come is because she lives about an hour and 20 minutes from me. Any other excuse she comes up with is secondary to how long it would take her to get here. I mean, on Thanksgiving, it'd probably take like 55 minutes, but
Right.
You know,
I
it's
mean,
a solid
I
hour
didn't
drive.
realize. I didn't realize you lived a whole 2 miles from Joe, Maria. That clearly is, a hell of a long journey to get to Mr. Stapleton's house.
It is.
Yeah,
a
anything
solid
over
13
15
miles.
minutes.
Aside from Selling Sunset, Joe, have you had a chance to watch anything else?
Yeah, I watched the new. You know how I like to watch the Christmas movies that come out every year. I don't mean like the Hallmark ones, right? Like those are really bad. Like the really like crank them out, but like the fairly mid-level budget ones they come out with every year. There was one last year, Kristen Stewart, I loved. This year, 8-Bit Christmas on HBO Max. I don't know what it's on for you guys over there. Neil Patrick Harris tells the story of himself as an 8-year-old, like trying to get his parents to give him a Nintendo or Santa Claus. If it were. And it's kind of like a Christmas story, but an updated version of it, and I enjoyed it very much.
I actually have a very important question to ask. Hawkeye,
Okay.
have you seen it?
I haven't. Like, I haven't even felt the urge. I've been like, ugh, I don't do.
Okay,
Who's got the time?
Apparently, I hear good things, but this is my question: is do I need to have seen the Eternals for Hawkeye to make sense?
Oh, I won't know, but yeah, maybe someone in chat can answer you. James is going to take his break now.
No,
He never
Maria's
goes
going
far,
on break,
though.
Joey.
Oh. Maria's going on break. Great. So answer James. All right,
Yeah,
draft tackle.
because I know what Marvel are like. Like, everything leads into everything else, and the only thing I haven't seen is the Eternals. And I didn't want to start watching Hawkeye if they were going to start making references.
I would
Okay,
be
if you keep
surprised
saying-
if they did, because the Eternals
Yeah.
don't really interact with any of the Avengers.
Okay, that's good. That's good. In that case, I can start watching Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Maria will be back soon.
Hawkeye's really great. All right. I mean, I was going to get to it eventually.
Well, I went through... Oh, I nearly forgot.
Nom 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 nom.
I really got a little bit of Marvel fatigue, but after watching Shang-Chi, which I really, really enjoyed, I'm back on board. And I'm looking forward to the new Spider-Man movie. And I think Hawkeye looks like fun. So I'm willing to dive in. Plus, Book of Boba Fett starts soon as well on Disney+.
Wait, and if Hawkeye's a Christmas thing, and I'll definitely watch it.
Yes, it's a Christmas thing. I think
Okay,
there's a
then
one-eyed dog in it.
I'll start it soon then.
I saw that the posters on every single bus stop in London, and there's a picture. There's a one-eyed dog in the poster, so that's another reason for me to watch it.
Eight's going to get off easy here. Unless they're thinking of value betting at this point. Nope. There we go.
Ricky Montage says, I wish I liked superhero movies because it's all that seems to be in the cinema anymore. I get what you're saying, Ricky, but that is a gross exaggeration. Walked past the cinema yesterday. They were showing Dune. They were showing King Richard, the movie with Will Smith about Richard Williams bringing up Venus and Serena. What else was on? There was another film that was on that was not a superhero movie.
I went to the movies.
God damn it, I can't remember.
I forgot because the movie was really forgettable, but I went and saw the Resident Evil reboot.
Okay. Oh, yeah, thanks for... Chris has just reminded me that House of Gucci, that's the other one, sorry, thank you, which apparently is Ridley Scott's best film since Gladiators. So, yeah, there's some good stuff around right now. Chris has reminded me that the Beatles documentary is on Disney Plus and apparently is great.
Oh, God. When are we going to be over the Beatles? So much about the Beatles all the time.
I think it's fascinating that this footage has just been living in a vault for 50 years and is effectively drawing a completely different picture of like what we thought the relationship between the band was like, and ultimately it's changed Paul McCartney's perception of how and why they broke up.
Oh, wow. You know, I've listened to Paul McCartney on the Howard Stern show multiple times, and he comes across as such a kind, down-to-earth person, even as, like, maybe the most famous person in the world. It's really pretty wild. Laborso. Oh, it reminds me of Morbo. You guys remember Futurama? Morbo.
I only watched a couple of episodes. I never really got into it, to be honest.
I think it's better than that, but not amazing, if that makes sense.
Right.
In the beginning, it was very, very amazing, I thought. So Friendship is Tragic, bringing up the Wheel of Time, and I think Griffin said he also liked Wheel of Time.
Not to be confused with Michael McIntyre's The Wheel.
Probably really, really, really different things. Yes, Death by Snoo Snoo.
Is The Wheel a game show format that is on air in the US? Where you basically, it's a kind of quiz show crossed with roulette, where they have these celebrities sat in a circle and they spin the wheel as to which celebrity is going to help you answer the next question.
Well, that's interesting. No, I don't think there's any games like that.
It's actually really good fun.
There's a game where Ellen DeGeneres drops you into a vat of Jell-O.
Okay.
It's pretty highbrow.
Shocked Frog says, I think there is going to be a US version. Chris, you're right. The awkward dancing during the music montage is perfect. It's what makes the show. It's everyone trying to sing along to the theme music without knowing the lyrics. And the contestants have clearly been briefed by the producers. When the music's playing, make sure you do a really bad dad dance.
You know, they have here now, James, is a live action version of Frogger.
Nom 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 nom.
Why?
Well, you know, someone just wrote a really great script, and so it's no, I'm just kidding. It's a game show where they just kind of recreate Frogger and smash people with foam and try to get them to fall down.
Wow. I mean, we're this close to climbing for dollars. We're this close to the Running Man, right?
We're not far off from that. Not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, and the thing they don't tell you is if you die in Frogger, you die in real life. So that's one extra.
I actually think there was a kind of show that was not dissimilar to The Running Man on Russian TV, where they had criminals, if they could elude the cops for a number of hours, like they were released and they had to like try and escape, and if they could elude the cops for a number of hours, they would go free. But
it's like Grand Theft Auto, like you have to wait for your star rating to go down.
Would literally, give you the death bite through your thigh. It was the consequence of being caught were not pleasant.
Sometimes I want to get uppity about Russia, but then I remember the country I live in. So I just be quiet.
Two sides of the same coin, right?
Very oftentimes, yes. Have we had anybody hit 10 million or Smiley BD?
We did have a player across the 10 million mark. Graphteckle did at one point and did have the chip lead. Currently fourth overall, but yep. Foxy Love 47 currently playing 11.2 million.
Isn't it so annoying that we know Graphteckle is the player to watch here, and we know that probably the most experienced player in the field, and then you look over and they're chip leader and also have the biggest bounty on them?
Yeah.
Pretty whack. Getting some nice Paul McCartney stories coming in. Arcane and director Chris. With some nice Paul McCartney anecdotes. I'm glad their story's backing up what it feels like he would be like. Okay, here we go. Just under 10 bigs here.
I'm not sure they're going to be your chips for much longer, pal.
My chips, my back.
I think they're going to be BB Boss's chips after this collision, unless we see an ace on the desk. One's been folded already. King's holding, and King's good. KO.
Your chips.
And your bounty goes to BB Boss. Oh,
Yeah,
and now we got the Rockets. Yeet.
Yeah, yeet's a good word. There it is, my 3-bet and my stack. Thank you, Patrick. Not quite fast enough live to get that. That's one in the TV coverage. I would go through all the trouble of writing it, and then they'd go, nah.
I do think that sounds like a line that should be on the poster for one of your shows. Joe Stapes, not fast enough live. Oh, Chris has wings. You are welcome. Thank you for getting the wheel theme song stuck in my head, James. And the great thing is, Chris, it's now followed on a Saturday night by Blankety Blank, so you can sing along to that one as well. I'm pretty sure that's a show that never made it to America.
Blankety Blank?
Yeah.
Over here it's called Gun City. No, I don't know. I don't.
Blankety blank, blankety blank, blankety blank. Blankety blank.
That's the actual theme song?
Yeah. See, what you have to remember, Joe, is that in this country, most of our quiz shows, game shows, are really almost self-consciously crap, and the prizes are really poor, and we joke about it. Whereas in America, it's basically who has the biggest prize, right? What's the biggest amount of money you can win? What's the biggest car you can win? And if a show isn't giving away massive prizes, it just, it dies immediately. Whereas we enjoy creating shows where the prizes are so bad that everyone laughs on the show.
Well, I think it's obviously like a population thing, right? Like, because we have just so much bigger audience here that we can afford to put bigger prizes on these TV shows. And I mean, we have those little TV shows with really bad prizes on them. They just come on like in the middle of the daytime on the Game Show Network.
Yeah.
But we don't lean into how bad they are as much as you guys do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and everyone would laugh about the fact that, when you'd run through the prizes on Bullseye and it's like, oh, it's a tea maker, it's a trouser press, it's a set of stainless steel cutlery, and you'd have a good laugh about how crap the prizes were.
And then Her Majesty taxes you on them too, probably, right?
No, that's one of the
good
big differences. Yeah, if you win prizes in this country through gambling, through a game show, whether it's money or no taxes paid.
Your yeet. Betting a chunk here. And okay, well, there you go. If they didn't have the ace, they got the diamonds now. See you later. Time to rip those kings into a million pieces.
I mean, you're now looking at a straighty, flushy board with an ace on it. In fact, this is a street flash board. There it is.
That could also be the thinking music during a game show, and at the end you have to answer.
Every time the action is on you in 36 max hold'em, that's your that's your timer.
Oh God, you're just hearing that 112 times per hand.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect.
I do love the idea of naming every position. That's hilarious.
Well, do you hear what we came up with?
No, what do you got so far?
Okay, so we've got under the gun.
Yeah.
Under the gun +1.
Okay.
Under the gun +2. Under the gun +3.
Okay.
Under the gun +4.
All right, I'm starting to get a little bored.
Under the gun +5. Under the gun
Where does
+6.
I tell you what? Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Where does under the gun and plus whatever stop? Let's just cut to that. The button.
Okay, after under the gun +28, you've then got the low jack, the high jack, the cutoff, the button, the small blind, and the big blind.
Okay, got it.
But actually, if we're adding extra blinds, if we're having the mini blind, the small blind, the big blind, the maxi blind, and the biggest blind, then actually there are fewer under the gun positions.
Okay. But I feel like we could get like high jack, low jack, co-jack, cut off, the re-cut off, cut off 3, the cutting.
I still kind of feel that under the gun +25 is just too good an opportunity to miss. Well, we have got kings here for BB Boss. And Smiley with cheap sourdough, ace-5 offsuit. And the re-raise from kings.
Every once in a while, we'll see somebody get a little out of line with ace-5. Kind of a bluffy extra bet. We don't see it so much anymore. That's how we came up with sourdough, to be honest, because folks were doing that all the time, but less and less these days.
Joe, I hate to abandon you, and for the sake of the audience, I hate to leave them in just your company, but I desperately need to eat something. So if you'll forgive me, I'm going to leave the ship under your command. Mr. Stapleton, you have the comm.
This feels like a test of some sort. Let's be really good, guys. This feels like some kind of trick. 28 players remain. Mr. Salgado raising 6-4 diamonds. It's one of my favorite hands. Getting called by Queen 10 of hearts. It's one of my favorite hands. Ace 9, 7, 2 diamonds. Told you guys 6-4 diamonds is one of my favorite hands. 205,000. Not a whole lot yar yeet can even hope for. You know what's bad when you can't even think about like what card you even want on the turn. Nuber. Queen 10 suited. BB Boss. Got to pronounce all the S's. Ace Queen of hearts. Jack high flop. K. Meisel says, Joe, do you have any current culture? It's a race like blank and blank. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Yeah, I haven't had... They don't work in online poker, right? It just happens too fast, so I haven't really been writing any of them. I wrote one in the last 18 months. Do you want to hear what it is? I've only written one. Like Raw versus SmackDown, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Uh-oh, you guys see that? See those people popping up here? Foxy Love, chip leader, delivered. And Drac also here because we're down to the final 3 tables, my babies. Ace Queen betting with the best of it gets Queen 10 to fold. Ten under 10, Vince McMahon would sue. That's got to be a rite of passage, right? Do another one. I just told you I only wrote one. I mean, I've got hundreds of them written down over the years, but... Like Squid Game versus Mr. Beast's Squid Game. You got to be spontaneous. You know what? Here's a spontaneous ban. Thank you for your comment. Graph tackle. Ooh, limp calling. Bloated pot. Jack Trey against the flush draw. How does this happen? What is going on? How did these two hands collide this wholeheartedly? Smiley has got graph tackle covered. $1,900 bounty. Misses the turn. Graph tackle's surely going to put the rest in here. I don't know, I'm saying that. He's a much better player than I am. I have no idea. Surely. Come on. Not the rest. There you go. 2/3 of the pot. That seemed like too much as soon as I said it. I'm not going to lie, guys. That's why I backed out of that one. Smiley with a slightly better price to call than the all-in would be. And does, and whiffs the river. It's a king, though, which does change the texture of this board. Jacks and threes, not quite as valuable as they were. In fact, counterfeited. Luckily, it goes check, check, and graph tackle back up over 10 million, over 12 million, in fact. Yeah, I spilled some coffee on my crotch, but luckily it's cold, but go ahead. You can put me back on camera if you want. There we go. I'm still dabbing my shorts. Ooh, that's... How did that get... Okay, never mind. Episticanti says, 2 million would have taken it on the river, I think. Yeah, maybe. Look at this flop here. Smiley does not have a chance to miss their draw this time. Just flop it straight away. Jack 7 does call. Now there is one way for Nuber to not lose here. A sandwich straight. Nice one, Smiley. Shorsey says, Joe, how are you? I'm good. Thank you for your question. Thank you for joining us. That's okay. My crotch is still wet. I'm going to stand up and try to do a better job. It went under my butt and everything. I didn't even really spill it. It was just one of those things where you just moved the cup the wrong way and it sloshed and then jumped up in the sky. So... Graph tackle with ace-king in a position to pick up even more chips. The flat from Smiley with ace-queen. Bibby boss also being bossed. Dominated. Gets it in. Graph tackle. Going nowhere. There's the shove. Smiley can get out of the way. One fewer queen for Bibby Boss to hit. Is at risk. And see ya later. Bibby Boss, 75. Eliminated at the hands of Graph Tackle. $2,400 plus $1,250 in bounties. And Graph Tackle now at the top of the leaderboard, $17.5 million. Manila asks, Joe, why only 1,300 viewers? Is poker a dead game, or do we need some other host for entertainment? Manila, I think you mean 1,349 viewers because you banned. Thank you for your question. Smiley with king 4 of diamonds. Drac with some real dreck, to be honest. Does peel and flops the flush draw. Backdoor straight draw as well. Smiley trying to continue thinking, how many heart combos can they have? How many 9s and 10? Well, a lot, actually. And we're getting a raise out of Drac. And Smiley does have a better hand that could fold. Likely will fold. Oh, man, doesn't fold and picks up the diamond draw. So Drac now with the best hand. Checks it. Maybe afraid that they ran into a 9 now. 3x63 says, what hand did I miss where Graph Teckle went to 17.5 million? The one where he won a big pot. Thank you for your question. Queen on the river changes nothing. Drac has the best of it. Will Smiley try to bluff Drac off? So I think it's really hard to try to bluff someone off their hand here. If they have a 9, they're going nowhere. I think the big blind has like a lot of hands that connect well with this board. Time bank ticking down. Does go for the bet. Doesn't go for all of it, though. Drac really has such a bad hand. Well done. Smiley does kind of get away with one there. Granted, Drac's hand was, what the bottom of their range, as we say. Yeah, against that hand, smaller maybe even does it. I don't know how much smaller, though. Against that one particular hand. Yeah, I don't have it in me to bluff that for any amount. To be honest, how are they never having a 9, a 10, or a jack there, or a queen? Like, it feels like, and especially that they weren't all in. Mr. Salgado, 6-7 folds. Hey, does someone want to tell the Great Pickle what the deal is with first and second place being the same amount of money? We're not just gurking around here. This is gold, and I'm not even on camera. It's unbelievable. Pair of 10s for Graph Teckle. Ace 4 of clubs for Smiley, which is a nut flush draw. What's another pickle word, Chris? I did gherkin and dill. Is that it? Are those the only 2 pickle words? I don't know. I'm finding my lack of puns to be a little bit jarring. Does that count? Jarring? No? How am I supposed to work a pun out of Polish ogórki? I've been marinating that joke for too long. It's close. There it is. That used to be my bread and butter. Eric Vulgaris. That's a joke right there. Phil Collins. Brine is a good word. Nut flush, by the way. Nut flush for Smiley. Sorry, they've just informed me that I can't be on my own anymore. Let's welcome Maria Ho back to the booth. I was having a little fun, Maria.
I
I
have to save you from yourself, so.
Was I in a pickle? Was that last joke over the brine? Queen 6 sucks on ace king. Newberg gone, and now Foxy Love is up to 15 million.
And that's what happens when you lose fold equity in a PKO.
Foxy Love, I like that. I think we're going to see some fireworks out of Foxy Love. Do you see Graph Teckle is just knocking people out left and right, worth $2,500 now?
I'm not surprised. I feel like
Yeah.
Graph Teckle is going to be kind of a lock to make the final table. I don't know. Maybe I'm jinxing him, but...
King Queen out flopping Ace Jack. CYF says Smiley be pushing this table hard. Yeah, Smiley's been fun to watch so far. Is that Freddie Mercury? I think it is. They're a cool person in my book. Uh-oh. Danger for Graf Tekel. Turns top pair.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what Smiley comes with in terms of sizing. Pretty small.
Do we like it small?
I think it's
didn't
just
like
a
that.
stack to pot ratio thing because now you see. Ooh, uh-oh. Yeah, you see that
Better
Smiley
two
now
pair.
has. Yeah, and not surprised to see that one go check on the end.
Graf Tekel up to 20 million in chips. Poor Smiley. Hearts on hearts, Graf Tekel poised to potentially cooler someone else. Royal Flush wants you to know that you're one of their favorite poker players.
I don't mind being one of somebody's favorite as long as, you know, I'm in the top 500. Feels like a good spot for me to be.
One of their favorite poker players. Top 50 for sure.
Curious to know who the other ones are.
Okay, top 3. That seems okay. Yeah, but what if the other 2 are people that you don't like? Oh, no. No, nothing. Sorry, I was hoping something more exciting would happen. King High is going to win. At a showdown. So Graf Tekel took it. Thanks. Sure. Whatever you say, Master Red. Pocket 6 is for Foxy Love. DJ Mean says, Stapes, go have a shave. You look like a homeless. You look like a chatless. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Wow, the ace-8 suited just going to fold to the under the gun open of Graf Tekel. Kind of surprising to not see a hand like that just take one off. I understand they're on the short side, but ace-8 suited is a hand that can play pretty well post.
Rhea, you gotta handle this for a second. My pack of fresh threads is ready.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
My NBA Top Shot fresh threads. That's the pack we're selling today.
That's the pack. That's what it's called.
Yeah, fresh threads. Open later. Okay, I'm back. King,
How are
Queen,
the
and
queue
Queen
these
Jack.
days? Is there still like a very
they-
long?
It takes a long time, but everybody gets them more or less now. 2 gut shots here. Mr. Salgado and Foxy Love.
Yeah, also a backdoor flush draw though for Foxy Love.
Can we please, just one time, just put the flush out there and the gut shot? No offense, Mr. Salgado. None whatsoever. Did we do it? Nope.
No, but you created some showdown value for both of these hands with the king
Yep.
kicker playing. So it looks like, wow, Foxy Love is just going to put Mr. Salgado all in on this river.
And the
You know, the
crazy part, Foxy
two-tone-
Loves thinks they're value betting, but they're not.
Yeah, both flush draws missed, but Mr. Salgado just does not want to put the rest of the chips in with aces and queens there.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Like, if you think, let's say you made a good read there and you think Foxy Loves value betting, that's probably like the only hand they're value betting that you're beating. Not a whole lot.
Yeah, the thing is I don't think a lot of trip aces would play it that way. I think they would want some protection. So it doesn't feel like there's a lot of value, generally speaking, with that lead on the river, but people do want to protect their tournament life.
Your yeet, late position, ace, king. Ships in. Does Foxy Love want to call off light here for the bounty? Yes, they do. 8 on the flop. What's the straight on the turn for your yeet, who's going to double up?
Yeah, and definitely a function of the fact that Foxy Love just has so many chips. I think if you see somebody with 4 or 5 million, that won't necessarily be the case, but 15 million is a good place to be to call off for bounties.
Both players flop a pair. Bottom pair for Graf Tekel. Range advantage. Don't think we'll see an 8-fold right away. No, it's all in. Wow. Oh, called off by Graf Tekel also. Is going to need to catch the river. Doesn't. Another short stack doubles up. CYF is not loving these bounty call-offs. I think it's great. It's great. You just get to justify whatever as long as you're calling. Top pair for Emborso. I love you too, Llama Don. There's the all-in from the ace-6. Now, Drac really does not have a lot to do. I mean, would you recommend making that initial bet with no pair, no draw, and then having to fold for like 2.5 times your bet?
Yeah, only because, you know, you expect that the big blind is just going to have a lot of check folds there. So it feels like a natural c-bet situation when you're the under the gun opener, but should work pretty high frequency, but just not in those spots.
I'll just continue playing results. No problem. Bottom pair for Drac. 2-9, still good for Smiley. Foxy Love with a fair amount of the equity three-ways, despite having no pair. Smiley bets 475. Foxy calls. Drac with bottom pair.
Yeah, definitely makes bottom pair a lot tougher to be the overcaller in this situation, so it does fold.
And we see why Foxy Love had so much of the equity. Binks the ace on the turn.
Interesting lead.
Pappy Van Winkle writes in to say middle pair. Sorry, what I meant to say was bottom pair if you take out the bottom pair. It's bottom pair
okay.
after
Well,
the
if that's
bottom
what
pair.
you meant,
Yeah.
then
Yeah, everyone knows that's what I meant. Nice check. Doesn't want to get another interesting lead comment from Maria Ho. And Foxy Love puts Smiley all in. I think we're going to see another fold here.
Yeah, just such a dry flop. You know, there's not really anything that Foxy Love necessarily be betting as a natural bluff from some misdraw situations. So good fold for Smiley, but I don't think that line's going to play without value.
Rick, can we talk about selling Sunset for a minute?
Oh yeah,
James
do you want to bring it back to that?
James could be listening, but all I want to say is I don't want to. I won't actually say anything, but I kind of felt like the end of the season was like a nothing. Oh, here we go. All in from Emborso. Call off by Ace Jack. Flush draw versus 2 pair, and the flush gets there. Double up again for the short stack. I was expecting like some kind of cliffhanger or whatever, and it just kind of felt like every other episode. Like, ooh, Christine may be on her way out.
But I thought there was like a big enough blow up at the end, right? Like enough confrontation. Maybe not a cliffhanger, but there was action without giving.
There was a little bit of drama, sure. Foxy Love raising pocket sixes, re-raising pocket sixes, I should say. Attacking this pretty loose open from Smiley, who doesn't really have a loose open stack.
Yeah, which kind of makes that 3-bet all the more aggressive, just because if you don't expect somebody to have very many loose opens, then 6 is probably not going to be good enough against that range. But in that situation, did happen to be enough.
Yeah. I always get real irritated when, I mean, I've done what Smiley just did so many times, and I'm like, I have a relatively short stack, and I'm under the gun. Like, I'm going to raise. I'm going to get tons of credit, and then someone 2 6s 3-bets me. It infuriates me. It makes me rage against the machine, against the dying of the light, against all of the things that one can rage against. And Borso opening with ace-6 suited. This should get through. Yeah, there we go. Ace-queen for Salgado. Folds around to the blinds. Foxy Love jams. Queen 5 suited. Mr. Salgado. I mean, look, you could be up against Ace King. Okay, does call it off. Ace Queen holding. Oh, no. The 5 of the turn. Oh, the flush on the river. So many twists and turns. Mr. Salgado doubles up. Justice. Justice for the Ace Queen. Graph tackle opening 7-8 of clubs. M. Borso at Jack 5 in the small. Don't think you're going to want to mess around with the chip leader, but Drac, on the other hand, ships it in. Going to pick up some dead money here. Yeah, if you're so good, how come you did that, Graph tackle, huh? How come you lost that hand if you're so good? I'm just kidding. He's very good. Pocket fours for Smiley. Just a couple of big blinds. Was that 12? Good fold, considering they'd be running into the 10s of Senor Salgado. Makes it 400K. Queen Jack from Borso. What can you do with Queen Jack here? Yeah. Send it into the muck. Foxy Love with King 9. Mr. Salgado with Ace 4. And Borso with the Nom Noms. Got to defend from a graph tackle. And that's nice when it works out like that, right? Raise with 2-8s, continuation bet, just get the fold. Who doesn't care? Who doesn't care? Who doesn't like when that happens? Your yeet all but all in. Borso says, let's play for the rest of it. Bounty in play for your yeet, $714. We are flipping. And that's the flopped straight for your yeet. Nobody has a club. Double it up. Ace King. Tackle. Raising from the button. 10-8. Take it down. Everybody having to play pretty straightforward except for our chip leaders at this table. Mr. Salgado getting a walk. A walk. King 7 of Hearts for graph tackle. This is just free money now, guys. Let's take a look at the payouts. Where are we at? Player in 20th got $1,300 in bounties, $1,700 in advertised payouts. Is there a pay jump at 19th? Nah. There's a pay jump at 17th, though. That must be something to hang on for. A difference in about $500, more than $500 looks like. Dirty Deeds asks, what makes it the Big 20 edition? That would be the graphic in the corner. Thank you for your question. See, Raksha also knew the answer to that one. Thank you, Raksha. Ace 9 of spades for Smiley. May not get much better than that. 18 players remain. We're on a money jump right now. 2 tables of 9. Foxy Love calling the virtual all-in, trying to get that massive bounty out of Smiley worth almost $1,500. And that's going to be tough to do at this point. Going to need runner, otherwise Smiley's doubling up. Over on the turn. Ace 9 of spades. Good for Smiley. He's got $4.5 million now. Pretty much middle of the pack, 10th of 18. Jacks for Harris, 1976-6. Oh, is that a 3x open ending life? I didn't see that. I didn't pick up on that. Let's see if Harris opens 3x again. No, 4x this time, my babies. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Ending life. I mean, if you think about it, pocket jacks is the hand that you don't ever want to get the big blind, right? Like that good a price. You're just like, no. I'll just take this one down. That raise reeked of jacks. That's what we say. Pocket tens in the hold for Foxy Love. Salgado calling with sevens. And OMG, what do we have here? The 7 at the eyes coming. We're playing the games with the flipping. Foxy Love has not been shy about trying to collect bounties. Does decide to take one off on this king high flop. Mr. Salgado could potentially go for 3 streets. This is pretty big. This is a pretty big bet. It's like 3/4 pot. Wow, tens do not fold. Ace in the river is not going to slow down Salgado necessarily, but may make it tough to get a call out of 2 tens. Page jump complete. Thank you, Chris has wings. Or is it Chris Ha swings? I'm not sure. Calls it all in. And that is a double up. Foxy Love just getting beaten about the head and shoulders. Not really sure what they were trying to get to fold there. Maybe a king, I guess. And there's the aces, the rockets. All in over the top of the...
Nom 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 nom.
Is there another one I can press as I have sourdough? Graph tackle. Trying to collect this bounty with ace queen. Just calls. Mr. Salgado. Man, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do here. I guess you just fold. I'd be tempted. What is it? How much more? 2 million? Yeah, just see a flop and there's a set of 8s against a set of aces and ace queen. Oh my god, it's so sick. Oh, it's so sick. And the hearts are live though for graph tackle. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. You're like, oh, but I could hit a set, and then you hit the set and you're going. But I guess you're beating graph tackle. Okay. All right. This isn't that bad. When you look at it, you're beating graph tackle. Unless running hearts come, you're gonna win a huge pot here. Okay, no runner hearts, but now there's runner straight possibilities for graph tackle. Your yeet cannot be loving this run out either. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. People calling for all kinds of cards. Tens are super live. I guess you're right. Friendship is tragic if the river's 8. Salgado wins it all. River is a heart, so it's a brick for graph tackle. Just a pair of aces. Mr. Salgado, last chance to go for value. The board did run out a heart. So checks, and Graph Tackle does not fall for it. Checks behind. Yaryeet survives. We're going on break, or they're going on break, I should say. 16 players remaining. Did not lose a player on that last hand, but we are gaining a commentator now. James Hartigan, hello, how was dinner?
Dinner was lovely, Joseph. It did not take me that long to consume food. I didn't come back sooner because I saw Maria was back in the mix, but then I think she started having technical problems, so it's all kicking off. But the important thing is we're reunited once again. And also, I'm not going to lie, I thought we'd be coming back maybe around now with a final table or on the final table bubble, but still at 16, right? It's taken its time tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what's caused that exactly. I do know that Foxy Love was like calling people off pretty light, and I think that maybe was convincing people to play a little more tight. And I also just think card distribution-wise, the short stacks have all been doubling up. Have all been getting it in pretty good, and people calling it off fairly light, and just the better hand winning out. There hasn't been a lot of those, in my opinion, very tragic, like, well, I have Jack 7 suited and you have 11 big blinds, so here we go. I'm going to try to win your bounty. Those hands, those Jack 7 suiteds haven't been holding up. So we've had a lot of short stack double ups and just and not a lot of big hands for the rest of the short stacks.
I just want to clarify something because I saw Stalking Geek asking about it during the last session. So the Big 20 is what we're calling the PokerStars 20th anniversary. And this is a Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million because it falls slap bang in the middle of those 20th anniversary celebrations. But it's not to be confused with the Big 20 Rewind tournaments, which are 20 very specific MTTs, all themed around specific years. I think tonight, we discussed this earlier, Joe, 2015, the year of sports and casino, awarding a trip to Vegas. That is taking place right now. We're not streaming that event this evening. We're streaming this instead. There is a Big 20 Rewind event happening in a couple of days' time that I do want to point out because we are celebrating 2017 on Wednesday, and we're celebrating 2017 as the year of Twitch. It was the real boom year for the platform. It was the year when Lex really carved out a name for himself as the king of streaming. And so there is going to be a PKO on that day, which is going to feature many of the PokerStars stream team. And I believe the prize is tickets to TwitchCon if you win that one. So I imagine there'll be plenty of people watching the stream this evening who will be interested in the world of Twitch and will love to take part in that event on Wednesday.
That sounds really fun. I mean, look, TwitchCon is something that I would love to go to personally. Seems like a really good time. And also, I think what's cool about it is that typically people that play poker, at least our audience, right, they play other games too. So not only will you be able to hang out with your favorite poker people at TwitchCon, but every other sort of gamer is going to be there too. And I would imagine there's got to be some really good swag there too. I love me a free t-shirt.
So the Big 20 Rewind continues up to and including this weekend. So we're going to stream the last two Big 20 Rewind events. We've got 2019, which was the year of the PSPC. So we're staging a mini PSPC with a $25 buy-in. It's basically a thousandth of the buy-in, but just as much fun. And there is going to be a platinum pass for the winner because we know the PSPC is going to take place at some point, and I'm sure that will be confirmed in the near future. And then finally, 2020 is the year of the PokerStars Arena. It's when we started streaming online coverage, and it's when there were so many big online series. So there's going to be a 5K high roller. We'll stream the final table of that one. And then all of these celebrations, all of this giant festivity concludes with the Big 20 finale. It starts on Sunday. $55 buy-in, $5 million guaranteed, $500K in added value. It concludes on Tuesday. So our final stream covering the Big 20 will be next Tuesday, Joe, when we'll crown a winner in that one. No doubt a six-figure score for the winner. And then it's onwards and upwards to whatever the future holds.
Yeah, and hopefully the future holds some live poker at some point in 2022. This is, it's been. I'm glad we were able to pivot, do things the way that we have, shine a light on some of the online players, some of the online events. I hope it doesn't go away entirely, but I am very much looking forward to getting back out there in the world and putting together some live action poker.
No, for sure. And I think you're right, Joe. You want the balance of the two. I still want to be able to drop in on events like this. I still want to be able to follow the WCoop and Scoop main events, but balance that with the stuff that we're used to doing and hopefully get live events back up and running properly in 2022. But as we've seen, things can change so quickly, and whatever you plan today could be completely thrown out of whack tomorrow. The last few days have taught us that. But hey, let's positive vibes, as they say. Let's hope that it all does go well as we go into the new year. Stalker Geek asked a good question. Didn't have time to follow the event, but did you celebrate the year of Romania? That would have been awesome if we basically had made the Big 20 rewind. 2012, the year of Romania. 2013, the year of Romania.
Go on. Yeah, well, the cool thing, James, is I think we're going to have a whole, like, probably 4 or 5 quick busts out. Is it busts out or bust outs? It should be busts out. I think it's busts out. Like attorneys general.
It just sounds ludicrous.
I think we're going to have a few busts out in a row once they start happening here, once we break this seal.
How about we just say KOs? How about we just say snowmans?
Knocks out.
Plus, we got Big Slick. We got the Spraggy. This hand is a gift.
It's been a real tumble for Foxy Love, just calling off. I wouldn't even say incorrectly, but just a whole bunch of somewhat light call-offs that led from a 14 million chip stack down to a 4 million chip stack. And I guess the opposite can be said for Mr. Salgado, who looks like they got balanced off this table, who's up to 14 million now.
So here we go, off to the races. 8's looking good, 8's holding, and 8's get the double up. So also now playing close to 5 million. What's the average right now? 7.2 million.
So I know Patrick is doing other things, but I'd be curious, Patrick, if somehow you could do this, and if you can't, I understand. How many short stack double ups have we seen since the start of the last session? I want to say 5, 6. He says, I got you. Okay, cool.
You see, if I'm Patrick here, I just go 7 and go, he'll be satisfied with that answer. There's no way I'm going back.
7 would be great. I'd be super happy with 7.
Even if it's not actually the correct answer.
Oh, Patrick was working on it already. That sucks when you're trying to surprise somebody with something and then they ask you for it and you're like, no, man, this would have been so much better.
Yeah.
If I had just done it before you asked me. We're going to walk the draft tackle. Probably for the best.
So 2 tables of 8 remaining. The field merges when we're down to 9, and this goes until we're down to a winner tonight. It is a 2-day MTT. Started yesterday with 11,601 entries. Came back today with 81. There you go, Joe. There's your hashtag fun fact from StatTrick. Of the last 9 all-ins,
wow,
none has resulted in an elimination.
Wow.
That is... So that means that the high cards must be winning every time, like that guy said earlier, right? That the pocket
correct,
pair
yes, it
never
is.
holds.
Every single time. Yeah. If someone has 2 aces, does that count as the high cards winning?
That's not really a race. You can't race against aces.
Does anyone want to collect 772? What about Matthew? Can't even do it. through. Smiley has to be a big target at this point with that chip to bounty ratio, says official Jacob West. I would agree.
Good observation. Yeah. Just 1.3 million and worth $1,500. Blinds right now are high and going up in another 6 minutes time. 125, 250 will then go to 150, 300. Smiley very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Queens all in for Mateus.
And Borso does have Mateus covered. This feels like, yeah, this is a slam dunk call, isn't it? Even though you're kind of short, like you have king high, they have $1,300 in bounties. This is... There you go. Good boy.
Queens hold. So DFC, that all-ins question, is that a suitable what would Loddon think topic? Not heard of the concept before I listened to your last podcast. The concept of Loddon thinks is you have to pick someone to be Johnny Loddon, or what we call the brain. And the quiz is not actually about what the right answer is. It's about what that person thinks the answer is. So, for example, let's say Joe is the brain, and I say the question is, how many takes did Stanley Kubrick do of the scene where Tom Cruise walked through a door at the end of Eyes Wide Shut? And it doesn't matter what the actual answer is, and I do know the answer, by the way. It matters what Joe thinks the answer is. So the people taking part in the game have to guess what Joe thinks the answer is, not what the actual answer is. Just out of interest, Joe, what would you go there for an answer?
Should I let everybody in the chat answer a little bit before I say what my answer would be, or just do you want to hear it?
Well, no, that's fine. We'd actually come up with a...
Now, the way the game works is that typically the people who are guessing guess increasingly higher and higher numbers until someone calls. And then they get that number and above, I believe.
Just to give you a little bit of background on this, and I don't know whether it's changed, and certainly Eyes Wide Shut did not change it. At one point, Kubrick held the world record for number of takes of a single scene, and I believe it was a scene with Scatman Crothers in The Shining, which he demanded 249 takes of.
Okay, so my answer was higher than that.
Okay. I believe the actual number is like in the 80s, but...
My number in my head that I picked was 300.
Wow. No, not quite that bad. As I said, that I should have asked the Shining question, because that is the one which where Scatman Crothers literally broke down in tears and said, "Mr. Kubrick, what do you want?" And Kubrick completely deadpan responded, "I'll know it when I see it."
But if you guys did listen to the podcast last week, you heard Antonio gave me full permission to market Loddon Thinks, take it out, shop it around.
That's right. Well, I believe that we can reactivate Maria at this point in time. Maria! There she is.
Sorry, guys. I had to take a long phone call on my landline, and I think that was disrupting my internet connection.
That used to happen, right? It used to be that you could only make a phone call or be on the internet. You couldn't do both at the same time.
My parents would call the house when they were out because they knew it would kick me off the internet if I was on it, and they could tell if I was on the computer by the way the phone would ring, and I would get in trouble.
Wow.
Or what about when those phones all were interconnected so you could just pick up and listen to somebody else's phone call while they were talking?
You could kind of hear, like, the click, though.
Yeah.
So I had a funny Johnny Lawton Think story involving Antonio and Phil Hellmuth. I've probably told it once before, but not in a long time. Queen Jack getting a little, I don't know.
All right, Foxy Love. Smiley is at risk, by the way, and we are talking about a $1,500 bounty.
All right.
This is going to be another one of those all-ins where a player does not go broke. Make it 10, Joe.
10 in a row. So we're on the set of the show, The Final Table. It's me and Phil and Antonio.
Oh, sorry. Pause. I love the way you just dropped that casually. This time last week, you couldn't remember the name of that show. You needed me and Maria to remind you what the show was called.
Yes, but now that I've been reminded, I'll remember it for the next year or two. So we had some kind of downtime, whatever, which was not uncommon for that show. And we're just sitting there at the desk with our thumbs up, our you-know-whats. And they're like, let's play Lawton Thinks. And they want to play for $1,500. And they asked me, like, how much I think the art installation in the lobby of the hotel we're shooting in costs. And I go, guys, I'm not really comfortable doing this. Like, if I get it wrong, quote unquote, like, I don't want to cost somebody $1,500. And Phil looks at me and he's like, Stapes, it's never the brain's fault. It is what it is. It's no big deal. It's never the brain's fault. Long story short, I pick my number. Phil gets it wrong, and he looks at me and he's like, you idiot! How could you possibly have guessed that number? And I'm like, do you not remember the conversation we just had? What is wrong with you?
You're expecting Phil Hellmuth to behave like a rational human being? Joe just joined the long line of people who've been verbally abused by Hellmuth over the years.
It was worth it.
Actually, Maria, that's a fun question. Have you ever been on the receiving end of a Hellmuthian rant?
Oh, absolutely. It's been recorded and for everybody to see for years and decades to come. In a live cash game, he has definitely berated me.
I would have guessed no on that. That's surprising. I'm glad that he's an equal opportunity jerk.
I think, if I'm thinking of, I mean, let's skip over what happened this year, but the classic Hellmuth breakdowns, I think probably the most famous ones are obviously him losing it with Ruthless over the Queen 10 hand, Christian Dragomir when he got the penalty that was then revoked, calling Terence Chan a moron. What other examples are there?
I mean, I saw him throw a chair full across the room. It just sadly wasn't on camera.
Oh.
Herbal says, I'm surprised he hasn't been punched in the mouth. Didn't Sam Grizzle punch Phil Hellmuth a long time ago?
That sounds like something Sam Grizzle would do.
I feel like I heard
too far off.
that tale.
I did say we were going to ignore this year's incident. And as far as his kind of altercations with Tony G are concerned, I think that was less about Phil abusing Tony G and more a case of the other way round. And just because Phil was the victim and kind of deserves... Oh, hold on a second. 10's all in here.
This one goes to 11. 11.
10's hold. That's another double up, another all-in when a player is not eliminated. That is 11 in a row now. Yeah, just because Helmut's on the receiving end doesn't make it right and doesn't make me feel, oh yeah, good on Tony G. And I think we've talked already, Joe, about the fact that in the Big 20 Players Awards, the hand where Tony pretends he hasn't looked is up there. And as convincing as Tony is, And as much as you could say he deserves a win as best actor for that convincing performance, it's what happens afterwards which just makes it really uncomfortable, really painful, and really, I'm going to use the word nasty.
Yeah, especially once Phil kind of shows him his belly a little bit, right? And he's like, oh, man, I can't believe you would do that. Like, I'm kind of hurt. You know, like my feelings are a little bit hurt. And Tony just completely continues chastising him for believing him.
I think
it's hard to watch.
It's fine up to the point where, obviously, you know, of course I lied. It's poker, Phil. And then, you know, Helm's like, I can't believe he did that. It's then the kind of like, oh, he got there. Oh, sorry, Phil. And then the whole kind of, I think it's time for you to retire. The insult tip he offers him. It's just, as I said, I don't find it entertaining at all. I just find it really, really distasteful.
Oh, I find it wildly entertaining.
Stapes and I kind of got into a debate this summer about whether we think outbursts and things like that are good for the game in a macro
James is on your
sense.
side on this one.
Yeah.
Mateus, and that is 12 short stack double ups in a row.
Yeah, and that's why, Maria, when we were going through just now some of Phil's notorious meltdowns, I specifically want to exclude what happened this year because I think that took it to a whole new level. And I think any kind of foul-mouthed rant where there is the F word is specifically directed at players and where you are threatening to burn down venues is just like, that's not good. That's not character. That's not entertainment.
Got a diamond draw now.
Same old song dance says, if you need people to act like a baby to help the game is in trouble.
I mean, that would be true, but we don't need people to act like a baby to help the game. But I do think that Phil's acting like a baby does help the game. You could say at what cost. You could say you would rather not help the game in that particular way, but I think it's a net positive for poker.
Babies don't call other people MF.
That's true, yeah. Oh, boy. This is pretty tough call to make with the 8.
Yeah, obviously we could see graph tackle doesn't really have any showdown value, so kind of a natural spot to have to take this line as a bluff, but doesn't make it easy. Wow. No time bank, though, for Matthew. Yeah, it's especially tough when you have no time bank to think that over because it is such a significant portion of your stack size there to bluff catch with the 8 of diamonds.
So, clearly, it's a different case at the other table, right? Because there have been 2 eliminations since we came back from break. Yeah. We are down to 14. But on the feature table, no one wants to leave.
We've had to balance 2 people off of it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Finally.
There we go. We finally lose a player, and it's former chip leader Foxy Love. Gone in 14th place. And look at Smiley, who was on life support a couple of orbits ago, now up to 7 million, just below average. 13 remaining.
I mean, not everybody is a good enough player to open Queen 3 offsuit on a semi-short stack flop bottom pair and turn 3s up.
Yeah, not gonna lie, there's been some wildly out of line opens that I've seen. And out of line 3 bets, although that feels like it's calmed down a little bit.
LFC fan Southwest. First time chat. Smiley is so fun to watch. Thank you for your comment.
What do you think of the fold with 3s there for the bounty? 1,300.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that most of these players, right? I think their ranges in terms of calling off for bounties are very polarized. They're either way too loose or way too tight. But again, it is stack size dependent in terms of what that leaves you if you call and were to lose. But that is definitely a really large bounty to be giving up.
Timmy's back on top, by the way. Timmy, not the Timmy, Timmy from Germany has 22.5 million chips right now and is chip leader with 13 players remaining.
I think Smiley's walking around funny with that horseshoe stuck all the way up there.
Yeah, turning some trash hands into treasure.
Come on, guys. I want some horseshoes. I want some fireworks. Use your things. Ace Queen all in after the King Jack Open from Yayi. Blinds up in 5 minutes' time. Well, he says, come on, James needs to get to his show. Selling Sunset can wait till tomorrow. But there will be a new episode of Succession to watch as well. I'm a few episodes behind on Curb Your Enthusiasm, but I'm not enjoying this season, to be brutally honest.
I actually disagree with you on this one. I like Curb this year. I don't think it's the best it's ever been, but it's definitely like totally fine and watchable. I don't even think it's one of the worst seasons.
I think, you know when it kind of stopped after, I think it was the, you know where he went to New York? I think they should have left it. They never should have brought it back.
I think the girl who plays the actress is hysterical. Is like a comedic genius.
What's the other thing that
Smiley
dropped the other
with
day that...
I was just saying, Smiley has a hand that could definitely peel against the open, but decides not to.
Yeah.
It's hard to know, I think, with Smiley what hands they think are playable.
More of a field player, probably.
But
so the question is, Smiley playing from Malta. Are you a Smiley fan? Are you one of Smiley's people? John the Carey reference, just in case anyone didn't get it.
Yeah, that's going to go over huge with this audience. Really, really good one there.
Maybe someone out there who's read a book.
I don't know. I'd take the under.
Thank you, John.
I think we saw that movie together.
That Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and Smiley's People was the follow-up.
I see.
Featuring the character of George Smiley.
So for the people asking, a book is like one of those movies with words at the bottom, only it's just the words.
have you guys ever started like reading a book and then decide to turn the TV on after 5 minutes and you're just like, this is too hard, I give up?
I've stopped reading books that aren't good. Like if after a few pages I'm like, I'm not enjoying this, but not because, oh, reading is hard and I need to do something less taxing instead. I do often find, though, that if I'm too tired and you get eye strain, that's a thing that will make me stop reading.
Yeah, same. I will often try to read. I never turn off the book in favor of electronic stuff, but I do almost always need to go to sleep within 15 minutes of reading anything on paper. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. And hitting a piece.
I like a piece.
A little bruschetta here.
Is it bruschetta or is it bruschetta?
I think it's probably bruschetta would be my guess, yeah.
It's garlic bread, isn't it?
The best garlic bread in town's at Pizza Express. Everybody knows that.
They got garlic dough balls there. Come on.
Still pretty sluggish pace here, given the number of short stacks. I guess there's only a couple of real short stacks at this table now, but...
Well, hang on. What blinds are 153, right? I mean, there's quite a few players in the danger zone right now.
Danger zone?
Start of day chip leader. Bundes Evgeny among them.
Here we
James,
go.
are there any films that are as good as the book? We have got
Short stack double up.
a double up. Yes, thank you for your question. No, in all seriousness, there is an adage that it's hard to make a good film from a good book, but it's possible to make a really good film from a mediocre book. And I think there are
Like
some
The
really good
Godfather.
examples of that. And The Godfather is probably the best one. The Godfather, the book, is a good read. It is not a great work of literature, and there's a lot wrong with it. And one of the best things they did is they got rid of a lot of the subplots from the book, which are really cringe-inducing.
I would contend that The Da Vinci Code is a much better movie than it is a book, because the book is really bad.
Yeah. In fact, here is another example, potentially, of where a great movie came from a less than brilliant book, and that is Jaws. And on that subject, I went to the theatre this weekend, and I went to see the stage play, The Shark is Broken, which is written by Robert Shaw's son, Ian. It's about the making of Jaws, and it's a three-person play with actors playing Robert Shaw, Roy Scheider, and Richard Dreyfuss, and it's basically about the relationship between the three actors while they were stuck on a boat off the coast of New England, unable to film because the shark wasn't working. And it's based on Robert Shaw's journals of the conversations that were had and the arguments that were had during making. And it was awesome.
Isn't it weird that Robert Shaw's like such a tough guy, but he kept a journal like a teenager?
Robert Shaw was also hugely pretentious. He favored himself as a writer. He considered himself to be a writer more than an actor. And of course, the central hook of the play is the filming of the USS Indianapolis speech. And on the initial attempt, Robert Shaw gets angry because he thinks the speech is really badly written. It's too wordy, there's too much waffle in it. And so he says, I want to crack at it myself. I want to rewrite it. And of course, famously, he did rewrite it. The second attempt to film it goes wrong because he's so drunk he can't remember the words he's written for himself. And the play concludes with a reenactment of what is still one of the greatest scenes in cinema history.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
But yeah, sadly the night I went, Ian Shaw plays his father. But Ian was indisposed, so it was the understudy who was still very good. But the guy playing Richard Dreyfuss was so good. He captured his voice and mannerisms perfectly, and Dreyfuss just comes across as both arrogant and grossly insecure, coked up the whole time. Robert Shaw's drunk the whole time. Roy Scheider basically has to play peacemaker between these two generations who are not getting on. Oh, snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
So, yeah, it's limited run in London, but if you do get a chance to see it, it was the hit of, when was the last time they had an Edinburgh Festival? I guess 2019? It was the hit of the 2019 Edinburgh Fringe, so and now it's in the West End.
Sounds cool. I heard they're going to do another one with Jaws 4 about the relationship between Michael Caine, Lorraine Gary, and Son of Jaws.
You know Michael Caine's classic quote about that film? When asked about Jaws the Revenge, he goes, "I've never seen the film, but I hear it's terrible. But I have seen the house that it paid for, and that's beautiful."
I'm pretty quiet through all this discussion because I've never watched Jaws, guys, and I don't want to hear it beyond that.
Sorry.
Can you take me out of frame for a second, Chris? Can you take me out of frame? Can you take me out? Can you take me out of frame? Thank you. I just need a second.
So, Maria you've never seen Jaws?
This is
Never. I did, however, go on this studio tour at Universal Studios where we drove on a tram past the Jaws set, but that's about it.
Everyone's done the studio tour at Universal.
Seeing a rubber shark jump out of the water on the Universal Studios tour is not the same as seeing the movie Jaws, Maria. Now, I'm sorry, this is essential homework. I'm not prepared to speak to you again after tonight's stream until you've seen the film Jaws.
But like you guys heard the last time I talked to you about how I don't really watch movies that was made before like 2005 roughly.
Look, you can throw excuses in our direction all night long. Here's the reality. You, I believe, are due to join us on Sunday night. I will veto your participation in that stream unless you see Jaws between now and Sunday. That's how seriously I take this.
Wow. First of all, how long is Jaws the movie? Like, are we talking about
like
90
2
minutes?
hours,
Are we
Maria.
talking 120?
2 hours and 4 minutes.
Including the credits?
Maria, all I will say is this. It is worth it. Like, I know it feels like a chore because you're being forced to do it. It really is such a good movie, and I know that you've seen enough of it in pop culture over the years. Same with The Godfather, right, where you feel like a lot of parts of it have probably been spoiled. You know, that it's like almost kind of silly, the music, the da-da, right, all of that. You're like, oh, God, there's been, you know, mocked and parodied so often that it's really hard to take it seriously. It shouldn't. All in a call.
Ace-8 holding, Ace-8. No, it is a chop pot, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what they say?
Everyone
loves a chop pot.
Oh boy.
I don't care what the score was. I'm still kind of slightly tortured about the whole Jaws thing.
Got it. Anyway, it's totally worth it, Marie. You're going to enjoy it.
But am I able to suspend disbelief just knowing how far CGI has come? And obviously,
yes.
you know, it's a little...
Yes.
Okay.
I would say that for all the flaws of the special effects in that movie, it's held up better than a lot of movies that were made with CGI in the early to mid-1990s.
It's no Deep Blue Sea, but
Which is a good thing.
It's pretty good. Maria, have you seen Deep Blue Sea?
No, I have not. And I will not watch both, so you guys are going to have to pick one.
No, you don't have to watch both. You only have to watch Jaws.
He's
in Deep Blue Sea, there is a scene where a shark basically climbs out of the water and eats Samuel L. Jackson. A cartoon shark. It's... Just look up that scene. That's all you really need to see. Oh, look at this. 4-9 off. Just put up a sad face because, look, 4-9 off got folded. Do you sit there all day, every day, waiting for that to happen?
Hold on. Arcane 231. Maria will be so let down, it's pony. I'm afraid that is not a valid opinion to hold. That is just objectively wrong and...
Smell you later.
Come on.
No, it's not 9-4 off. It's 4-9 off. I mean, how long do you have to wait around for that to Is that a bot?
I don't know about the other table, but at this table, just because all of the shorties keep doubling, I mean, there's 15 big blind stacks are very playable at this stage, and we really don't have anybody much shorter than 13, I think.
James, are you looking forward, or Maria too? Let's see if track. No, I don't think so here. Either of you looking forward to the West Side Story remake from your boy Steven Spielberg?
Oh, it's a really tough one, because on the one hand, I love the original so much, but hold on a second,
Ooh.
King 8's just called.
7.
I actually like that call, blind versus blind. Wasn't sure if they were going to make it. Doesn't work out for them, though. But doesn't mean it was incorrect.
I'll give you the short answer, Joe, and that is yes. I do think that it's time to do a more culturally appropriately casted version of that musical.
Maria?
I don't really have an opinion on that, and if you're wondering why, take a wild guess as to why.
Because you haven't seen West Side Story.
Ding, ding, ding. You are correct.
I think it looks really cool.
Yeah. I mean, when it was first announced, I was kind of like, really? But actually, I get it, and I'm actually intrigued to see it now.
I've seen the trailer on the big screen a couple times now, and it actually does get me pretty excited to see it.
Also, with all the kind of, with Stephen Sondheim passing away a couple of days ago and all the tributes, it kind of feels like now I really want to see West Side Story again, so I might as well just wait for the new version.
Teckle getting
For those
sticky
people
with
that
a
are
pair of
saying,
10s.
I don't watch movies, ask me about The Gladiator, perhaps, or The Rock, or Clueless. I mean, I can speak on all of those.
Okay, Maria. First of all, it's Gladiator, not The Gladiator. When you say The Rock, are you talking about the Michael Bay movie with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery, or are you talking about Dwayne Johnson?
I was only borrowing your Humvee.
I'm talking about the one with Nicolas Cage.
And Sean Connery. Welcome to The Rock.
Yes.
Yes. Good film.
Oh, Shawshank Redemption. Also something I've watched that I thought was rather good.
Yes.
So Maria's basically
it's
only...
fine.
If it's been on TNT, Maria's seen it. She has seen Twister, ladies and gents, let me tell you. Okie dokie.
Kind of feels, Joe, we could set Maria up with screening of When the Dust Settles.
There's no shot Maria's seen When the Dust Settles. 0% chance. I would bet any amount of money.
Oh. Unlucky, Queen Jack. You're not going to get to see a flop. So one away from being on the final table bubble, one away from hand-for-hand play. And they've been going for nearly 4 hours now, and we still have not reached the FT. Of all of the random movies someone could bring up in conversation, has anyone seen Midnight Express? Yes, it's one of the reasons why I was terrified to go to Turkey and still haven't visited the country.
Just in case you accidentally brought some heroin with you? Yar Yeet put in a tough spot on the turn, a little less tough now. Excuse me, on the flop.
Matthew going a third pot with this straight draw.
Man, I can't tell you how many times I just call there and it's just total brick on the river. I don't know how you can run this pure.
Definitely a tough run out to get much action, though.
Would an all-in on the turn have made sense from your Yeet?
No, because I think in that situation, you're only really going to get called if you're just completely smashed. And you want to try to realize your equity, and you don't want
Like
to necessarily get it in bad.
You're not going to fold a queen there ever?
You mean on the river or on the turn?
On the turn.
Right, but a queen would just have an open-ended straight draw, right? They rivered a pair with the queens, so I think you're not really going to get any.
Sorry. Whatever top pair was is what I mean.
Yeah.
Are you?
Right, jack. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get good jacks to fold, and you're certainly not going to get two pairs to fold, especially in a blind versus blind spot. I think that's the key in that situation. Is it's going to be tough to fold out those type of hands.
It was NL Holden pointing out that Yar Yeet is clearly a fan of the Muppets.
Oh, I forgot to mention this. I also watched the first episode of Cowboy Bebop.
Am I meant to know what that is?
The live-action rendering of an old anime with John Cho as the lead about some space bounty hunters.
Sorry, I hadn't heard of it.
I thought it was fine.
Harris?
Move it, move it, move it. How about that one, Maria? Do you know that one?
Lieutenant Harris.
That's all right. We'll meet up at the Blue Oyster later, and I'll explain it to you.
What about Counselor Harris, Joe? What movie's that from? Counselor Harris!
Sounds English.
Don't go crucifying people outside a church. Not on Good Friday.
Is that Life of Brian?
The Long Good Friday.
Oh, the Long Good Friday. It was right there, right in the line.
But hashtag fun fact, both Long Good Friday and The Life of Brian were made by Handmade Films, which was George Harrison's film company.
Oh.
Ricky Montage asks, are you watching the new season of Dexter? In all seriousness, I'd rather watch Selling Sunset on loop for the rest of my life than see a single frame of Dexter ever again.
Mr. T-Dog won't leave me alone while watching the anime of Cowboy. Guys, I know this is unpopular, and I'm sorry. I don't like anime. I tried. Oh, wow, we got a flop.
Kids always see a flop.
Okay, that's a straight.
Yes, yes, it is.
Tackle.
Yeah, went pretty small in the sizing on the flop with just a quarter pot. So now something a little more substantial, of course. Jack 10's just going to get out of the way for that price.
Stozy Poke says, no one wants to comment on how those kings could have gotten a lot of value from King Jack and Ace 8 off, but instead got 0. That is correct. We do not. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, I think we've seen Harris leave some meat on the bone a couple of times with kings.
Okie dokie.
Fives all in, and if Yeet calls this off, which they do, we're off to the races. Fives good on the flop and the turn, and on the river, Yeet
Finally
is KO'd, and that is going to take us down to 10 players. So we now have 2 tables of 5, and we are officially hand for hand on the final table bubble. Bubble, 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 bubble.
Which player do you think we'll get?
Switching! Yeah, we are going to lose a player from this table to go to the other table at the conclusion of this hand, where we've got... Rockets.
Unless there's a 4 on the river.
Hey, Timmy, 0308 has 22 million chips. Started the hand with 25 million. Defo chip leader right now.
Gonna maybe not be after this hand, though.
Maybe Walter is concerned that Timmy has a 6. Or maybe had the flush draw or a straight draw. I'm going to say it is a straighty flushy paired board. In fact, it's a street flash board. Don't give me that nonsense about blockers. I want to hear about the ace of diamonds.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all I was going to say about that, so I'll just wait till the next hand to speak again.
Just because you have the ace of diamonds doesn't mean your opponent doesn't have 9-10 of diamonds.
That is true, but will you agree that they can't have the ace 10 of diamonds? Will you at least give me that much?
I will concede that one. Concession.
Think about it before you answer.
Uh-oh.
Who's got the covering stack here? And it is Mborso, who started with like 1 million more than Walter. And is this going to be one of those? Oh my God, it is going to be one of those ridiculous collisions. 2 monster stacks, 33 million chip pot. Boom, that's it. Walter, gone, KO'd. And Borsa gets the bounty, takes the chip lead to our 9-handed final table.
Wow.
Drama. And now there's potential with Ace King versus Ace Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that ace queen suited is a mandatory shove at this stage with that stack.
of the aces run out, and there is the first hand of the final table, sealing the fate of Idols. Barely got to know that player, out in 9th, receiving 4.5k plus bounties. 8-handed action already at the final table of this Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million.
Some big old payouts now.
Yeah, I think MJR raising a really good point. We joined that table at the point that Walter just won that big pot with aces. Didn't really have any chance to celebrate or take it in before he's out the next hand with queens.
Yeah, really great 3-bet spot, though, that Graf Tekel just took with that ace-jack, knowing that Mborso is going to be opening quite wide off of that massive chip lead.
Where's the guy who was a fan of the Muppets? Oh, he's out. Sorry, it was Yeet, wasn't it? NL Hold'em says Graf Tekel is a high-stakes pro, right? Correct. Jans Arens, playing from Austria. 2 WCOOP titles, 2 Scoop titles. Roy says Idols was PokerStars Team Pro. Who is Idols?
The guy who just went broke.
I know, but who are they?
Person, I should say.
Hold on, I need to use the internet. Joe, keep talking.
Wait, I was using the internet.
I'll talk.
Stavros Kalfas? That's what it says on Pocket Fives.
Was there a PokerStars Pro called Stavros Kalfas?
Oh.
I think I know most of the people who've been on the books over the years, and I don't think he was one of them.
It says he's won close to 3 million on PokerStars.
Well, I'm very pleased for him. Doesn't
Pretty
mean
good.
he was on the books.
Maria, do you want to look something up on the internet now?
No, I don't. Maybe I should get a quick little synopsis of Jaws so I don't have to watch it.
Oh my
Why are you treating this?
Are you just trying to upset Hartigan? My goodness.
Why are you treating this like I'm forcing you to like read Dostoevsky's entire works in a week? A 2-hour movie, one of the greatest films ever made. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love every second of it.
James, I am going to watch it, but I reserve the right to not like it. And
You do.
if I don't, after watching it, then this conversation has to be wrapped up fairly quickly because I don't want to have to defend my choices.
Bye, Mr. Salgado. I appreciate that, but it's one of those films that if you don't like it, it will make me question your critical faculties about literally everything.
Maria,
Okay, so you want me to lie to you, potentially.
Where does the human that you spend most of your time with come down on Jaws? Do we know what his opinion is? Has he seen it?
I'm 100% sure he has seen it, and I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, because he's from Massachusetts, right? You kind of have to see it.
It's a rite of passage.
It's in their charter, yeah. Man, oh man.
Oh.
Smiley just hitting 2-pair with every hand.
You got to play the bond. Always got to play the bond. Even if you don't personally enjoy it, Maria, even if you don't come away thinking, I really like that, there's a lot that I think you will at least admire. I think you're an intelligent person, so you'll certainly understand why the movie is appreciated. And there will at the very least be scenes in it where you'll go, I really admire that. So I'm sure our conversation this weekend will be positive. Meanwhile, we are down to 7 players in this Big 20 edition of the Sunday Million, and it is Mborso from Brazil who goes into this breakers chip lead at 33.5 million. A Timmy 0308 from Germany, second in chips with 29 million. We finally made the final table. Now we've just got to play down to a winner before this one is in the books. So we have referenced a few times the Big 20 Players Awards. Maria is very keen that you don't vote for the hand where Ike Haxton folds a full house to her, but that's only one of 10 categories, Best Hero Fold. There are 9 others, and we are asking you to cast your vote. Chances are you might have seen some of the hands floating around on social media in the last couple of weeks on Twitter and Facebook. You might have seen the compilation videos that have been going up on YouTube. And this is the point I want to remind you to go to the PokerStars blog where all of the polls are hosted. And should you be so inclined, if you really have got nothing better to do, the full-length versions of all 50 hands, because there are 5 in each category, are there for you to watch. So that's a work day right there. But yeah, do have your say, and I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of this material. It might be there's only 3 or 4 hands, maybe 1 per category that you don't know that well. Therefore, you do feel you're in a position to kind of cast your vote, to have your say. All I'm going to say, having perused some of the data this morning, is that nothing is a lock. The numbers are such that the last week of voting, especially if more people show up during the last few days to have their say, could really change it, could really swing it. So please head over to the PokerStars blog and cast your vote, and we will reveal the winners, because the vote's going to close, I want to say next Sunday, but actually it'll be the early hours of Monday morning. But in reality, this time next week, you will not be able to vote. At that point, we will have counted and corroborated the winners, and we will announce those winners next Tuesday. So we are going to be streaming the last day of the Big 20 finale, but just to be clear, we are going on air an hour earlier than normal. So you'd expect us to go on at 1:30 Eastern, 6:30 UK, 7:30 Europe, 60 minutes before that, because the first hour of our live stream will be an awards show. Maria doesn't know it yet, but she's going to have to start an hour earlier, and she is going to be a part of that broadcast, because we're going to remind you of the nominees, we'll announce the winner, and we will show you the winner, and then we will talk about the winner, and more importantly, we'll probably tell you what we think should have won, because I guarantee you, and this is the great thing about award shows, Joe, where everything's subjective and left to the will of the people, chances are that there will be some which we think are completely and utterly wrong.
Yeah, well, it's a good opportunity for me to do what I do best, which is to straddle the fence like an absolute J-hole. I can just be like, well, on the one hand, I agree with the audience, but on the other hand, you have to admit these other 4 things also had some real potential to them, and that's really where I shine, just never really committing to anything.
Yeah. So as we enter the final week of voting, the 2 categories that are being showcased this week are 2 of my absolute favorites. There is Best WTF Moment, which I guess is a kind of overarching kind of umbrella for hands that didn't really fall comfortably into any other category, or were just so out there, so wild, that they kind of really needed to be showcased under the spotlight in that particular category. Like, for example, Kevin Hart misreading his hand and busting the qualifier in the cash challenge in Monte Carlo. That dude at the World Cup of Poker who called a timeout when he was dealt aces and didn't know what to do. But Best Winning Moment, which is the final category, which concludes the awards, again, when we started this, we said, oh, it's going to be Vicky, right? Because Vicky Coren winning her second EPT. But then you look at some of the other moments in there. Sebastian Mallets in Barcelona, so excitable, so emotional, cheering, crying, needing the bathroom. Robert Notkin, the 4-way all-in that ended the Canada Cup. Mike Kozowski, the first responder, the 9/11 firefighter, who won the $1 million challenge and won $1 million to the delight of his family. And then, of course, Ramon Kalilas taking down the PSPC, the biggest ever 25K of all time. So it's not as easy as it looks. And again, I would invite you to head to the blog, look at the hands in their entirety, or if you know them, just have your say and cast your vote, because this time next week, it'll all be over, and the winners will be announced on Tuesday. Joe, I think you get a break now, buddy, because I'm going to be peace out in an hour's time, so enjoy. And Maria and I will return to the final table. I guess the question, Maria, is whether there will be another break or whether we might play to a winner in the next 60 minutes.
Yeah, taking a look at the stack sizes, I think it could still be a while. Of course, you know, we had that long stretch where all the shorties doubled up, and so it does make some of the stacks a little bit shallow as the blinds have gone up significantly since we had that lull. But I think it'll also just depend on the pace of the players with the bigger stacks.
Yeah. Well, there is no stack bigger than Mborso. And Mborso has currently pocketed 4.5k in bounties. Meanwhile, Timmy from Germany, who's the second biggest stack at the final table, has won 8.5 grand in bounties and is worth near enough 30 mil. Well, the best hand has departed. Now it's ace-8 versus ace-queen. Alien asks, how long are the blind levels? 15 minutes. So in 60 seconds, the blinds will go up to 250k, 500k, and then it'll be another 15 minutes before they are elevated again. Well, kings now for Smiley. Opens to 800,000 and gets folds. Here we go, 250, 500. Your band says, can't wait until we get down to the final two payouts conversation. It's always a highlight. Yeah, it took us a while. I mean, I don't know how many PKOs we've covered in the last 18 months. It took us a while to nail it, but now got it down pat. It's basically, you take the two numbers advertised on screen, add them together, multiply by 2. And that is the money that will separate first and second. So, obviously, the bounties will go up between now and then. But let's say, for example, it was Mborso heads up against a Timmy. It's basically 2,200, 4,200, so it'd be roughly 6,500 times 2, 13,000 would be the difference between first and second. Don't need a spreadsheet to verify. It's adding together two numbers and multiplying by 2. We can do that. And I'm not very good at math. And the human calculator is part of this broadcast team. We'll be fine.
I don't know. We were having some issues with 52 card deck plus 36 players.
No, Maria. No. Just to be clear, the audience were having trouble. We nailed it immediately.
But it's a collective we. We are one with the audience.
I see. Okay. No. We're better than they are. I make a suggestion. What's Harris going to suggest?
Perhaps a 7-way chop.
No. Harris is playing from Greece, by the way. We haven't done our tour of the final table yet, and we've already lost 2 players. We've got Flopped Joint playing from Finland, Harris playing from Greece, Smiley is in Malta, Graf Tekel we've established is Austrian, 2 Brazilians at the final table, Mateus and Mborso, with A Timmy 038 representing Germany. And that's the pot for Graf Tekel, who has held the chip lead at various points, is currently just below average, average stack being 16.5 million, with 7 remaining. Baker KC asks, has an American ever made the final table? I can say with absolute 100% certainty that no American player has made the final table of the Sunday Million since April 2011.
Grab Teckle trying to take advantage of this open spot from the button again against Harris, who, you know, for the most part we've seen play pretty snug, pretty face up, and Harris willing to go with the King 10 there against the open.
What about Americans living in a different country? They would not be registered as Americans. Remember, your nationality on Stars is the country your account is registered to. So I appreciate that that doesn't define their nationality, but I have no way of knowing, for example, if Harris is actually Greek or just resides in Greece. I don't know if Flop Joint is Finnish or just lives in Finland. So all we can go by is where their account is registered to. And in answer to your question, Rockin' Aces, about PokerStars Pennsylvania players, they can't play this tournament because, sadly, the state of Pennsylvania, they can only play with each other. Oh, that sounded naughty, didn't it? You can only play against other players in Pennsylvania, ditto New Jersey, ditto Michigan. And even if we reach a glorious situation where those three states have shared liquidity, they're still closed in their own little loop in North America. They're not part of the global shared liquidity player pool, which populates the Sunday Million. Thank you for your question.
You know, most of these players understand that Amborso is going to be opening quite a lot, but so far they just haven't really had the right situation or the right hand to do something about it, but kind of makes this spot with the A7 feel like, you know, there's going to be instances where you're going to be ahead of Amborso's range, but don't want to peel off of that stack and would just rather give it up.
Yeah. Jonathan Portland asks, any other states that can play with everyone online? No, PokerStars only operates in 3 states. In fact, thank you to Raksha for just putting it in the chat. Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Jersey is where you'll find PokerStars, but though they are their own thing, they're not connected to the PokerStars you're watching here. I mean, there are other countries excluded as well. You might know that Southern Europe have their own version of PokerStars, where French and Spanish and Portuguese players compete. Don't find them in the Sunday Million either. And that's why you do see some poker pros choose to relocate. For example, there's quite a lot of a lot of Portuguese pros who went to the Netherlands and then had to relocate again. Quite a lot of Spanish pros came to London. You may have heard of La Casa del Glory, where some Spanish pros decided they were all going to share a house in Hammersmith. Glorious, luxurious Hammersmith. Every time Adrian Mateos wins a big tourney on Stars, it's another victory for the UK. Are you officially Mexican or Canadian when you're on Stars, Maria?
I'm Canadian because I relocated to Vancouver right when Black Friday happened. And I lived there full time for a few years, actually.
I would have been tempted to stay. I like Vancouver. I've never been there, but I like what I see on TV.
I do too, but the only thing I couldn't really handle was the gloomy, rainy days, you know, very much like the Pacific Northwest weather, you know, Washington State, Oregon.
See, I like
it's just
that, 'cause
not the same.
It reminds me of London. And also, Vancouver's not on fire all the time.
True. Very, very true.
Borso opening with ace-queen.
Smiley could consider coming in with the 10-4 suited against min open, but does not. Suited hands always are defendable, but again, I think these players are going to start being a little bit tighter, especially as a really short stack emerges. Just wait out that pay jump.
You know, we were talking earlier on, Maria, about reality TV shows. There's actually a TV show that I've seen the occasional episode of, which is filmed in Vancouver, that really made me want to live there. Love It or List It, the Canadian version. And it's like, when I realized how cheap, in inverted commas, or how affordable all the properties you can get for what you can get in London, I'm like, why am I not living in Vancouver right now?
I know. It's actually so insane how much space and the big lots you can get for your money in pretty much anywhere else than the major cities around the world.
I've been, you know, I've not been to Canada that much. I've been to Toronto and Montreal, and I love what I've seen. But also the fact is, how huge is Canada as a country? And it's got half the population of the United Kingdom, which is like this tiny little island. So, space. You've got space.
A little surprising to not see Matthew just put all the chips in the middle against a button open with king queen suited for what was less than 20 bigs effective, but now Smiley has a big draw with that queen high. Interesting lead here. It's a very small sizing. Isn't going to shake the flush draw, but clearly just trying to take advantage of the fact that this board texture favors the big blind slightly. Matthew doesn't know that they don't have to turn their hand into a bluff if it were to go to showdown. It's actually going to be best, but it will be nice to see them willing to go for it again on the river after that turn lead to try to represent the straights, to try to represent some boats potentially as well.
So still seven-handed. Any actual short stacks right now? So flop joint is the shortest stack with 11 big blinds. And has kings here.
Does try to trap Amborso, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Amborso just go for the shove here. There's obviously going to be hands that flop joint will limp fold. And Queen Jack, yeah, is usually going to be doing pretty well, not against kings, of course.
Jack on the flop, but no further help for Amborso, and that is going to be a double up for flop joint. Short stack, or rather shortest stack no longer. Smiley now the low player at the table with 7 million. And meanwhile, A. Timmy has retaken the chip lead by virtue of Amborso losing that hand. And we got the snowmans
Nom nom. Nom nom.
for Smiley. Now nines opening here for Harris. King high flop.
Harris, no fear, just going for the half pot size bet here with 2 overs to that pair.
I don't know what Harris ended up suggesting. I don't think we saw the whole conversation. Indeed, he did suggest. I make a suggestion we all split the amounts left. So Harris was indeed possibly joking, but maybe only half joking, that they split the amounts left, that they did do a 7-way chop.
The first person to ask for a chop is showing a lot of weakness, James. Like, I don't want to say it, but
I have to say that if you're not playing in a £55 comp at your local casino, offering a 7-way chop or trying to instigate a 7-way chop is bold.
I just don't like that people ignored it, though. I think, you know, just the courteous thing to do is just say thank you, but no thanks.
Well, I think
But
Smiley did a
no
smiley
response.
face, which is very on brand, by the way. But I think I wouldn't know how to treat that, because is it tongue-in-cheek? Are you joking, or is it a legitimate, like, guys, I want to look at the numbers? And even if I was kind of thinking, oh, would really love to do a deal here, I'd be thinking, I've got that graph tackle geezer at the table, and for as long as he's here, it's just not going to happen. And yes, I'm acutely aware of the fact that I was involved in a 7-way chop the last time I played live poker in a casino. I did not instigate the conversations. I did not object. I was very happy with the deal that was offered, but it was not my idea, and I never would have raised it per se.
I've definitely been pressured into paying the bubble in situations where I didn't want to, but literally every single person voted to do so, and I didn't want to be the only holdout.
Well, it's interesting. I at this same table. This was it was a nightly at Aria Maria with, like, you know, $125, $150 buy-in event, and there was a similar situation where we've got aces. They wanted to do a saver for the bubble, and there was definitely one player who objected to it, so it never happened. And then when it came to doing a 7-way deal, I think it was the same player, Jeff, who objected to doing the deal because he couldn't get in his head what he would get out of the deal. There was $7,000 in the prize pool. There were 7 players left, and we basically said we just all get $1,000 each. And he was like, yeah, but what do I get? You get $1,000, same as everyone else. Yeah, no, I get that you get $1,000. What do I get? And he wasn't being obtuse. He was just so drunk that he couldn't actually comprehend the deal that was on the table.
Hey, Timmy, able to save Graph Tackle here because I think there was a chance Graph Tackle would have gone with this hand against the button open, but now how to proceed with aces. Does fast play. Sometimes, a flat could be in order, but again, when you're opening from the button, I think you get a lot less credit as is. So could perhaps look a little bit more bluffy, especially coming out of the chip leader to start the hand.
And apologies to those of you who originally heard the story on the podcast or have heard it mentioned on a stream since, but after 30 minutes of intense negotiations, the only way we could get this deal across the line was to agree to Jeff's demand that everyone at the table do a shot. And then the deal was agreed and everyone walked away with $1,000. And for the avoidance of doubt, Maria, it was a really weird situation where the chips were all pretty evenly distributed and everyone had somewhere between 17 and 21 big blinds. And it's just like, we're all knackered. Can we just call it a night and
go home? Okay, what was the shot of choice is my follow-up question to the story.
I believe it was a shot of tequila. All I know is mine went in the plant pot. I didn't do it. The Rattler. Where can I find your podcast, James? Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to promote the podcast, and thank you to Raksha for providing the link. Poker in the Ears. Joe and I record a new episode pretty much every week. We've been doing some special episodes in recent weeks to mark the Big 20. We did a... Oh, hello, Top Set. We did a special episode recently looking back at Casino Royale and its 15th anniversary. We talked to some of the OGs of stars, and on the most recent episode, Maria joined us along with Antonio Spendiari to talk about the boom years and shows like The Big Game and Shark Cage. So check it out everywhere where you find podcasts: Apple, Google, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon Music, SoundCloud. So we're 8 minutes out from hitting the 700k big blind level. Short stack is once again flop joint with 9 million. And shoving small to big here with king 6. Villa says, what is the noise in the background? Please show some respect for Maria. All in with sevens, and again gets through. I'm guessing that this probably will not be done by the time they hit the next break in 30 minutes, seeing as we played a half hour without a single elimination.
Yeah, nobody really short. I think that having anything over 15 big blinds at this stage is certainly playable.
Well, 10-9 has flopped best here. Second pair for Jan Zarens. Calls it. Still ahead.
Yeah, and a really good turn card for those nines. I think you definitely don't expect Emborso to always just have the top of their range here when they open on the button, and you're going to expect them to continuation bet that type of flop 95% of the time. And does get Amborso to slow down though, so feeling pretty good now about second pair.
Domination rotation benefits Graph Tackle, who's once again over 15 million in chips. Wow, we've moved on to the weather as a conversation topic now. Hello to Bobu, who says, I'm in Moscow. It's dark by 4 p.m., rainy and gloomy all day. I think people are jealous of the sunlight streaming in from behind you, Maria. I can't do the conversion to Fahrenheit, I apologize, but today was, actually I can do the conversion because 0 is 32, right? So it was probably 34 degrees Fahrenheit today, but felt like 28.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why I couldn't really live anywhere else but LA, because it's mid-70s here, and I will say it still gets dark really early here, though. It's dark at 4:35.
Yeah.
But at least during the daytime, it's nice enough to go outside.
Harris with ace-5 suited.
Oh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Did get it in before he folded. All right, you can have this one as a bonus then. For Smiley. Oh, and sevens are all in.
Yeah, and had Graph Tackle not elected to open the Queen-5 suited, perhaps the sixes would have wanted to play just against Smiley, but not going to call it off against a 3-bet shove there.
And the blind on blind situation this time, Borso gets a walk, and Borso back in the catbird seat with the chip lead of nearly 30 million. Oh. And Harris betting bottom pair into a set.
Yeah, and Borso just decided to flat that open from Harris pre-flop, and so I think Harris now feels like they can pretty easily take out all of the really strong premium hands from Amborso's range, but I don't think they expected them to show up with jacks here. But I don't know, Amborso just, I know that that texture is not great for bottom set, but feels like Amborso let Harris off easy.
Yaro says we've got to get James a custom keyboard with special keys for the animation, so instead of F1 we have the rockets icon. Yaro, you're not going to believe what's in front of me right now, but it is a custom keyboard with pictures of the animations on it. For example, there is a little picture of a rocket, and if I press that, you get pocket rockets. There's a little picture here of a hot dog. Shall I see what happens if I press it? That.
Wow, big pot developing with the top two stacks here. Given their holdings, you know, you can see why there is quite a few chips in the middle pre-flop. And Borso does get a Timmy to pull the best hand there.
Okay, so there were requests for me to show the keyboard. I'm not being obtuse or difficult here, guys. Literally, I can't lift it any higher than this point, and if I pull any more, I'm going to yank the USB cable out of it. So I'm afraid the answer is no, I can't show it to you.
It feels like they just don't believe you that it's set up so efficiently.
Okay, it's nothing special, guys. It's a Stream Deck. It's a piece of kit that pretty much anyone can get from Amazon. Move the cam. Well, if I do that, that's going to cause a lot of problems. This camera was fixed into position like nearly 2 years ago, and if I start fiddling with that, getting it back where it was at exactly the right height and distance.
We've seen Graf Teckle flat quite a few of Emborso's opens. This is a pretty strong hand, seven-handed. So yes, I think going with it. Whereas, you know, the ace-8 suited type hands kind of fall into the call category for Graf Teckle. I think this one is just too strong to not put in the middle, and I don't think Emborso can call here with threes for that stack.
Okay, I'm trying to take a photo.
Wow, Graf Teckle having all stacks behind covered. Just elects to go all. Gets the ace-jack to fold. Just an example of a lot of ICM pressure there.
I'm terrible at taking photographs. Another time.
Guys, I think you're on to something. Like, I feel like James has given us a lot of excuses. Now he claims to not be able to take a photo.
No, that is... I wish I could. The problem is the light in here. Hang on. I need one of those fancy new iPhones with like all those extra lenses and stuff. Why can't this why won't this be in focus? This is ridiculous.
I think this is a pretty clear call with the ace-jack. You keep working on that, James. I got this. Wow, the ace-jack does fold.
Okay, let me show.
Yeah, I understand that Harris does have a smaller bouncy, but I think just pure ranges wise, you're going to be pretty well ahead, because I think some of the bigger hands like the aces, the kings, the queens, and even sometimes the ace-king will elect to just min open and perhaps induce more action versus open rip.
Okay, I'm going to tweet a picture. Buttons. Add. Tweet. There you go. Evidence.
It only took, you know, like 25 minutes, James. It's really worth it. Hashtag worth it.
I need a better camera. The more frightening thing, by the way, is that we allow Joe to have one of these as well. Jesus, he really can't take pictures, lol. I told you. I couldn't get the damn thing in focus. I'm not sure what you're meant to press on the screen to get it to focus. Did you take that photo with a potato? This phone is like a whole 3 years old. The camera on it has been superseded at least 5 times since then.
I kind of see you, James, as the kind of guy that if you didn't need a smartphone for work, that you would rather have one of those antiquated flip phones. Like the less...
No, I'm a
No,
tech
that's
geek.
not you. Really?
Yeah.
But I feel like you
I'm
like the
not.
option of kind of being off the grid a little bit more. Like maybe
No,
not.
I used to be one of those people who would upgrade to the new iPhone like every single year, and then it got to the point where the changes were so lateral on a year-by-year basis that after I think the iPhone 6 came out, I basically held on to it for like 4 years. And here we go, Ace King versus Queen 10, an ace and a 10 on the flop. And a king on the river, 2 pair for Graf Tekel, and the elimination of Harris. And that will see Jan Zarenz move back to second place on the leaderboard, close to 30 million chips, and we are down to 6. But yeah, so I upgraded to the iPhone XR back in 2018, and I've still got it, and I'm very happy with it, but the camera isn't great, I have to be honest with you. But no, I do like tech. I know what you're saying there, Maria. I'm not a huge... Oh, hang on. 10-8's all in against ace-4. And there's an ace on the river. And the elimination of flop joints. Okay, it's all kicking off now. Down to 5 players. I'm not a huge fan of all of the social media platforms. So, yes, I'm on Twitter, but that is it.
Yeah, I've tried to find you on Instagram a few times to tag you and stuff, so I know all too well.
Open-ended straight draw. And Borso, by the way, close to 50 million is the chip leader right now. So who does that leave as the shortest stack? Mateus, right, with 8.5?
Yep, just about 13 bigs effective, a little less than that, but still enough, you know, to find this ace-9 suited and shove and have enough fold equity, obviously, even with the bounty, a fairly sizable bounty at that.
Yeah. Wooly asks, in which movie did James Bond have a flip phone? He had the flippy phone in Tomorrow Never Dies, the one which was a remote control for the BMW. You know what? That Samsung phone that he had, no, it wasn't Samsung, it was Ericsson. It was an Ericsson that he had. I wanted that phone. I wanted that phone so bad, and I still can't believe that Ericsson didn't issue that model. It would have sold so well. I know it wouldn't actually have had a remote control for a car or any of that jazz, or the thing which, what do you call it, the taser thing, but just a phone that looked like that was Bond's phone. How do you put that in a movie and not then release it as a product? Such a marketing mistake. Villa says, by the way, who is banning people when Joe is not around? You're welcome.
Really nice hand in the big blind. Definitely. Yeah, it seems like a close spot in that situation. You expect the big blind to be shoving over your open with a pretty strong range.
Oh, thank you to CG87 for the viewer dump. And Jack's still good here for Graph Tackle.
Borso rivering a pair. Can Graph Tackle find a thin value bet even with the flush coming in on the river?
So it's Emborso number 1, Graph Tackle number 2. Timmy has slipped significantly, down to 14.5 million. Smiley and Mateus tied at the bottom with 10 million each.
Yeah, and if you expect Emborso to put a lot of pressure on, I think in this blind versus blind scenario, you really have to just go with the ace-10 suited.
Blinds will be up in 5 minutes to 400,000 to 800,000. 7-6 opens. Chip leader makes it 1.4 million, and Smiley defends with Jack 10. It is a 10 high flop, no clubs. Yes, the long con. These are the final 5. Final 5 from 11,601 entries in this week's Sunday Million. A $109 buy in PKO, a special edition of the Sunday Million to mark the Big 20, which is what we're calling the PokerStars 20th anniversary celebrations. CG, do the announcer read chat? If so, oh, in that case, back. And again, thank you for the viewer dump.
Yeah, and this is Graph Tackle just putting max pressure on these stacks because, you know, if they were to open, then the 7s can easily shove over that open. But if Graph Tackle puts them both all in, they're going to have to call off. And it just makes it that much harder for Smiley with those 7s when you look over and you know that the big blind has a shorter stack than you in that spot. And you don't want to go out before you realize that pay jump.
So Hippie H has a suggestion. Anytime someone asks how many players are left, I should just do this. Does that work? It does work. Nice.
I will say I've missed it before as well, but that's only because, you know, my view covers it a little bit. So I didn't realize for a while that it was there, but now I know.
Maria?
Yes. It's easier when I know that we're definitely down to one table, you know, it's...
That helps, right? Yeah, it's kind of almost surplus to requirements. Well, this is Domination Nation, King Queen versus Ace Queen. And just the limp, the raise here from Jans Arens, Graph Tackle. And I don't think Timmy was limping with the intention of folding to a raise, Maria.
Yeah, certainly not off of that stack size. I think, yeah, exactly. I think the trap was being laid, but little did they know.
And no help for a Timmy. Domination Nation, Graph Tackle KOs Timmy, takes that huge bounty and takes the chip lead at this now four-handed final table. Graph Tackle has 48.6 million and is now worth just shy of 5k if, and if is the operative word here, if you can eliminate him, but right now you can't. I think we had Jans joining in the chat on the stream earlier on. I think it was during the last break in real time, because remember, we're watching the action on a 30-minute delay, so our breaks hit at 25 past the hour rather than 5 to the hour. And I think Jans was saying that he has made the final table of at least 4 Sunday Millions.
Sick brag.
We did take the international tour of the final table earlier, but just to recap, we've got Smiley, the shortest stack right now, playing from Malta, and then 2 Brazilian players, Mateus and Emborso, and Jans Graftekel is playing from Austria.
Austria in a full lockdown right now, so nothing much more than to play online.
Yeah, tough times in that part of Europe right now. Oh,
wow.
just quads.
Yeah, we saw that bet for protection from 9s and deuces on the turn, and now, you know, not a great full house, but still a full house nonetheless. Is Smiley going to check it over? No.
And blinds go up to 400,000, 800,000. Mateus now the shortest stack at the table. How did a rumor start that Graftekel was Charlie Carroll? And 3 eliminations during the session, 7 minutes till the next break. Yes, Graftekel is indeed Jans Arens. People often ask, why do so many poker players relocate to Austria? I'm going to give you one of many reasons. The most recent World Series of Poker main event champion, Corey Aldemir. What was first prize in the World Series main event this year, Maria? Was it just over 8 million?
I think it was 8 million exactly.
Okay, so $8 million. And the amount of that 8 million that Aldemir gets to keep is 8 million, because he doesn't have to pay a single cent in tax.
And Borso with the wheel. However, 6 does make the straight, but still, again, just up against the big blind in that scenario.
Yeah, there are various... Oh, here we go. 10's all in against Jack 6, and it's a 10 high flop, and it's a done deal on the turn. That's a double up for Smiley. And he is now pretty much tied with Graftekel, 30 million apiece. And Borso reclaims the chip lead, 43 million. I was going to say there are numerous countries that do have tax treaties, and the UK is one of them as well. If you are a British poker player and you have a big score in Vegas, you do not have to pay any tax on it. And if tax is taken at source, you can file paperwork to reclaim it. There are many countries in the world that do not tax winnings through gambling activities, and the United Kingdom is one of them.
little surprised to see Matto not take that spot. I mean, you're the short, the least to lose. And remember, when you shove, you still have to get called. And it wasn't a situation where that player had no real fold equity.
Seems most hands someone's got something, but there are very few occasions when more than one player has something.
But M. Borso is going to make Jack Deuce look like something from the small blind.
Okay, Queen Jack opening here, but again. Oh, now this could generate some action. Open-ended straight draw against top pair.
Yeah, and it's a spot where as long as your opponent didn't really have a strong hand to begin with and didn't connect with that board, you have a really good shot at just taking down this pot without having to make your straight. But you see a really small sizing come from Emborso here, and yeah, it's going to induce Meto to go all in.
And does not get there. That is going to be another KO. That is going to take us down to 3 players. And Emborso now with 51 million. And the other 2 players are hovering around the 30 million mark. Ace-8 versus Ace-9 here. Starting stack in the Sunday Million is 10K. And we've got King-9 opening on the button and Graf Tekel 3-betting out the small with Queen Jack.
Yeah, definitely a hand that has, you know, some blocker effects, of course, but also it's a situation where if you 3-bet and Emborso 4-bets, and you can easily fold that and feel comfortable that you didn't fold the best hand.
Yeah.
So a nice hand selection for a 3-bet there.
And the flush draw for Emborso. And Ace-High may be ahead for now, but Emborso is the statistical favorite. Flush and straight draws, plus live cards. Bets 800,000. Bets the minimum. Okay, a pair of 6s now for Smiley. And now better than a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, and just so much equity for Emborso that I'm not surprised to see them fire again, just because you do want to try to win the pot without necessarily having to get there on the river, and you
Yeah.
do get the sixes to fold there.
So we hit the break with 3 players remaining. We have got Smiley from Malta with 25 million, Graf Tekel from Austria with 36 million, and Emborso from Brazil with 54 million. Chances are during the next session we will get this done and we will crown a champion. He'll get 51k plus bounties. Going to welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Action resuming in around 5 minutes time. And I think it's just worth recapping, Joe, the plan for the next few days. We've got a podcast record on Wednesday. That'll be out on Thursday. I don't think we can say at this point in time what the podcast is going to be about, i.e. who it's going to feature. There are some irons in fires, but details are still TBC. But it's going to be another Big 20 celebration, another anniversary episode. We have got a couple of live streams planned for this weekend because the Big 20 Rewind continues. So Saturday we're doing the year of the PSPC. Griffin's joining us for that one, and then Maria, I think you're back on Sunday, right, for our celebration of the year of the arena. So we've got a 5k high roller final table.
Ooh. Right, but that's only if I watch Jaws. If I don't, I'm out of here.
That's right. I will veto.
What do we think the odds are of Koray Aldemir playing in this 5K? You think we might see him back in the high roller streets already, or is he doing a victory lap?
Koray's actually in Florida at the moment playing a live event, so I'm not sure how much interest he has to going back to Europe, considering a lot of places are in full lockdown mode when he can enjoy sunny temps.
Yeah,
he can enjoy the fact that there will never, ever, ever be a lockdown in Florida.
That is very true, and I think it's always worth recapping the fact the situation is very different in different parts of the world right now, and you've alluded to the fact, Maria, a couple of times that Austria is in full lockdown and Central Europe is really suffering right now. And again, just want to highlight, if you missed the announcement on Friday, and you can see the details on the PokerStars blog and at pokerstarslive.com, EPT Prague has been postponed. It will not be taking place in December of 2021. Hopefully it can run in the new year, but bear in mind it's an ever-changing situation, and even 2 weeks ago everything looked fine and it changes so quickly. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and travel restrictions, local rules and regulations are constantly in a state of flux, and we have to react to that. So the live event scene is very much determined by what's happening in each individual country, but also what it takes to get people into and out of that country as well from all different parts of the world. It's still not a clear picture, but as we said earlier on, we hope things improve as we start to get into the spring months of 2022. So we've got those streams on Saturday and Sunday, and then Maria, you're going to be back with us on Tuesday of next week because we've got the Big 20 finale concluding on that Tuesday, plus we've got the award show for the Big 20 Players Awards. 50 hands, 10 categories, that's 5 hands in each category, and you decide the winners. And when I say you, I'm not talking to Joe or Maria, I'm talking to you at home. So if you haven't voted already, or even if you have already, I don't there's anything to stop you from voting more than once. It's not that serious, it's just some poker hands. So head to the PokerStars blog, check out the categories, watch any hands you may not be familiar with, make an informed decision as you cast your vote. Looking forward to revealing those winners. Just a bit of fun as we celebrate 20 years of Stars, and then closing out these celebrations, crowning a champion in that huge event. Not sure how many players we're going to be coming back with on that final day. It might be a bit more than the final table, maybe the final 2 or 3 tables, but the prizes in that one should be huge. I don't think you often find a $5 million guaranteed event with a $55 buy-in. Plus, remember, there is 500k in added value because there are bounties on selected players. There are tickets being given away in that one. It's all about the giving. It's all about celebrating the players, because without the players, there would not be 20 years of PokerStars. So that's all coming in the next few days. Of course, this isn't over yet. We've got to crown a winner in this. Still three-handed. But, Joe, I do get the impression that it is going to conclude during the next 60 minutes. So if it's okay with you, I will peace out and leave you and Maria to take this bad boy home.
You can't peace out, but you can Audi 5000.
I have no idea what that means, but I'll accept it.
It means you can go. You're released.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, James.
All right, my babies. 3 left in this field of 11,601. Graph Teckle versus Brazil versus Malta. Graph Teckle getting a little aggro pre-flop. And Borso with the best hand, flops the best hand. Gut shot draw now for Graph Teckle. There's only one graft in my book, and it's on. No offense, but Eckel is the lesser graft in my book. Well, just kidding. I'm just kidding, Jens. Look at you. Once again, retelling that same story from before the flop, this time with a semi-bluff. Sometimes that's all you need is just a little extra equity. Just a little extra nudge toward the aggressive side. Oh my God, I just noticed that those things with the 20s on them are moving. Have they been moving the whole time? That's weird. Has this been moving for everybody? What happens when they go off the screen? I'm sorry, I can't pay attention to what's happening until they go off the screen entirely, because what happens? Where do they go? I don't want to take my eyes off them. Is something happening in the game? Top pair for Smiley. They're actually moving, right? Like this one on the right's definitely moving off screen. I feel like the one on the left's an optical illusion. Actually isn't going anywhere. It's moving, 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 moving. 6 is no good. Top pair now for Graph Teckle on the turn. Okay. Okay, it's gone now. That one's totally gone. It's actually making me short of breath. It's giving me anxiety. The one on the left is kind of messing with us, though. Graph Teckle, once again, knowing exactly where he's at in the hand. Value betting top pair. River pair is the board. Not sure how much there is to be scared of with top pair here, other than, look, these folks know. They're like, yeah, I got called. They've got a 9. Yep. Oh, it's coming from the back now. Okay, that's what happens. They come from behind. I see. All right. I get it now. How many of them are back there? Can we move the screen for a second? Is it just like stacks of them? What a hand by Graph Teckle. Gets paid off. Really putting on a show here. Snap raises ace tray on the button. Is in bad shape here, however. Not a flop Graph Teckle's going to like all that much. Even running diamonds would be 1, 2, 3. It would only be 4 diamonds. Ace King now has the nuts and Borso. Graph Teckle can chop it now. That would be frustrating from Borso. Wow. Bets full pot right into the nuts. I haven't seen somebody run into the nuts this hard since last night's episode of America's Funniest Home Videos. Gave it some time. Gave it a little bit of time before making the call. Graf Tekel obviously does not improve. The paired board does weaken Ace-King somewhat. Graf Tekel's value hands are going to be chops and full houses now. I don't think you can fold Ace-King. For your tournament life, though, I guess. So you don't go out in third instead of second. Nope, not going to be for your tournament life. Easy call for Amborso, who retakes the chip lead. Let's bring Maria Ho back in. Did you notice that those chips, those poker chips, were moving this whole time?
Actually, I did, but that's not. Is that new?
I don't know.
The
I think it just
background
started.
moving?
Well, it is for the Big 20, but I could have sworn they weren't moving before.
I feel like I definitely saw it a few hours ago. This is my first, Big 20 broadcast, so may have missed something.
Smiley. Has Smiley reined it in a little bit since we've gotten shorthanded, or are they just as nutty as before?
No, actually, I think once, Graf Tekel also got some chips and was opening and stealing a lot of Smiley's open spots. I think that just made it a little easier to get in line, but don't let this be any indication.
Yeah, I was hoping that they would just jam 9 tray here while you're in the middle of saying they've been playing normal. This feels like a good flop for 9-5 of spades. Less good of a turn.
Yeah, and if Smiley wants to tell a convincing story, I mean, at this point, this board really does favor their range a little bit more than Graf Tekel's.
Nice one. Smiley chipping up a little bit. Still has a lot of work to do. Not even 20 big blinds. And what a flop we have got here. Graf Tekel with the king high spade draw. Gut shot as well. Top pair for Amborso.
Graf Tekel continuing to bet his equity, just going on the bigger side to really target, non-top pair hands here. Jack X's, 8 X's probably will have to fold to this pressure unless they had a spade to go with it, but top pair just a little too good.
13 million in the middle now, 14 near enough. And Borso checking over to Graf Tekel as Graf Tekel gonna make one last stab at this. Probably knows king high is no good. Does do it. Fires the last volley and gets the fold. Graf Tekel. What a jerk, honestly. So mean. Smiley with ace 8. All but moves all in. Sir Urban Bourbon asks, does he ever have it betting all in with 2x pot?
I would say that if you're a good player, you are going to be balanced in those spots. But again, I think the sample size is so small. When you get to a final table and you're playing against these two exact opponents, you're not really going to get that many spots where you will take that type of sizing on the river. So sometimes it's a guessing game, but
Borso. I mean, I kind of like the heart of both Borso and Smiley, who are both, we'll just say, less accomplished players on paper than Graf Tekel is, but don't really seem to be playing that fearfully. Now, granted, when Borso was forced to call it all in for their tournament life, did make the full, didn't go for that potential hero fail ICM plunge. Oh, boy. Second pair for Graf Tekel. Bottom set for Smiley.
yeah, there's a lot of turn cards, though, where I think Graf Tekel will just be able to get away. Smiley probably going to opt for a bigger sizing. Just a lot out there to contend with. Don't want to give your opponent a free card.
And Maria, once again, reading that situation pretty well. Lots of turns Graf Tekel was going to get away from. That was one of them. King Queen for Graf Tekel. Jack 8 is the defend from Smiley. Misses the suits, misses pairs, misses draws. Graf Tekel confidently betting the best hand.
That was like a weird sigh yawn that you just did. It's like
Yeah, it was me trying to hide a yawn.
It sounded, yeah. But then I looked over at your face and it was very clear that it was a yawn.
I'm in one of those phases right now where like caffeine's actually making me more tired. I don't know if you've ever experienced that.
Yeah, that
You know what happened is
I
that-
feel like that means you've overdone it slightly.
Correct. What a flop here for Graf Tekel has got this locked up. And Borso really can only get into trouble exactly like this.
Right. Just pure heart trying to take the pot away. But other than that.
Another pure heart on the river. Give it up, Borso. You know what happened was I got some news during the so I have a show tonight is one thing, right? And I always kind of get in my own head a little bit before shows. So I'm trying to think like in the back of my head like what bits I'm going to do tonight. And Borso does try to fire river stationed by Graf Tekel, who now basically is even Stevens with them. So I got the show, and then also during this broadcast. Now, Maria, I do about like, I don't know, 4 commercial auditions a year. And I did a self-tape last week, and they hit me up for a callback today. And when do they want to shoot, Maria? Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday. The one time in the last 6 months I have a PokerStars broadcast on Saturday and Sunday. It's the day that I would be needed for this commercial. So that kind of stress gets me. I get the nervous yawns over that kind of stress. And so that's why the yawns are hitting me a little hard right now.
So
Anyway.
clearly, all you have to do is clone yourself.
Yeah.
And you'll be fine. Seems easy enough.
Lucky for you guys. You'll see and hear me on this Saturday and Sunday's broadcast, regardless. Do you know why I think I got the call back? Because in the audition, I had to pretend to be a guy who was either dating or married to a girl that was way too hot for him. And so I pulled that off really well. Somehow. I naturally.
But, you know, behind that is just the thinly veiled brag that you have a really, really hot girlfriend.
Well, not really. She doesn't have to be really, really hot for her to be too hot for me. And Borso re-raising. Or is this a limp raise? It's a limp raise. Sorry, guys. 2 clubs on this flop. This could get spicy. Did Smiley flat to 3-bet, asked Stormblast? No, thank you for your question. Somehow didn't flat to 3-bet, and we've got street flash board happening here, my babies.
Yeah, and even though, you know, it's not the nut flush, I think Smiley feels really good here. But can you potentially get Amborso to bet, or is it better to just lead out yourself? And it looks like Smiley does elect to let Amborso perhaps find some type of bluff here, but I think Ace-Jack just too strong and has showdown value, so the check back looks like a very, very good option to take.
Just not getting Amborso to bite. I miss the days when you checked the virtual nuts that many times of people. You know, nobody says anything to anymore. Nice try.
Well, I think if Amborso had a hand that they were, you know, raising pre as a bluff, then certainly they would have to bet at some point. But in that situation with the real hand like Ace-Jack, it's just a little too strong.
Borso and Smiley going at it again. Both missed this time. Borso bets the best hand, which is king high.
And this is just Smiley doing this purely out of the fact that, you know, when Amborso is on the button, they can't just always have it three-handed as a big stack, right? You're not going to only be opening with good hands there, so it doesn't mean that when the ace-high board comes down that they necessarily have a piece. So good spot for Smiley there.
And there you go. Proving Maria's point. They don't always have it.
Yeah, I think we've stopped keeping but we stopped keeping track of how many times the big blind doesn't have it, Stapes, because you would be losing by a wide margin today.
Well, Maria, I also think we agreed that once you get to three-handed, it doesn't really matter anymore.
I don't remember that. Like, I really don't remember that conversation.
All right, so we've got Fantastic FX saying the ability to view hold cards, even for streaming purposes like this, bothers me. Shocked Frogs is agreed. I think they should make it so you can't even see the whole cards at Showdown. Guys, I could not disagree with you more. It's hold cards. You don't think they should be able to see the hold cards at Showdown. It's the cards that players are holding. No Limit Texas hold them. It's hold cards. Here's a fun flop. Pair of sevens. 3 sevens. Fantastic FX. I have to go ahead and correct you again. I'm saying in the sense that the application is embedded in the software open to exploitation. It is not. It is not. There is no hold card software in the PokerStars client. What we're watching is a hand history that's recreated 30 minutes after the hand ends. So you know how, like, when you get your hand histories from PokerStars and it shows you it's all like text? What we're looking at here is a piece of software that retakes that text and puts it back in graphically. There is absolutely no way for it to be exploited, except by very good players who watch all the information and keep track of it, but that's what, you know, everyone has the same access to that. You got it, Fantastic FX, but it's hold cards. That's the most important thing. Hold.
We saw that failed bluff out of Smiley the hand before with the busted straight draw against Emborso's trips, and now in a lot of trouble again with bottom pair against top pair. And what was, you know, a bet for protection against, you know, potentially some overcard combinations is now just really a bluff catcher. Granted, there are, you know, the straight and flush possibilities from the flop. Ranges are fairly wide, considering this is a blind versus blind spot.
Top pair good.
Smiley not blocking, you know, those Jack X of hearts, potentially, you know, no hearts, no 10X type hands.
These are all reasons why you would fold, yes? That's what you're trying to say?
No, actually, I think those are reasons why you would consider calling. But when you face this
Oh.
type of bet size, you know, you face a third pot on the river and you just don't expect that to contain a lot of bluffs. You would think that some of the bluffs might go for a bit of a polarizing sizing. So definitely looks more value heavy now.
Back up to 53 million, Emborso. I mean, honestly, if a Brazilian doesn't win this, it will bring great shame to the country of Brazil. Rusty asks, what do poker players mean when they say they block XX? Even though I don't think it's real, what does that mean, Maria? Give her an explanation of
Well,
blockers.
it just means that your opponent can't have certain combinations in their hand, right? Or, you know,
What just happened?
Most
We just lost
easy-
Smiley.
I have no.
I looked away
what?
for 1 second. What just
And
happened?
I
Literally, what just
deep in
happened?
explanation. I have no idea, but it would appear that
I looked
we're
away
heads up now.
for 1 second. Okay, well, Smiley finally succumbs in third place for a decent payday, $31,000 for Smiley, plus $5K in bounties. Yeah, Rusty Tom blocked the knockout. Oh, Stozy
And
Pokes, I really liked having you around, but unfortunately, you banned.
We're really in for it, though. They are playing about 50 bigs effective, Stapes. And you, as
Well,
the
now I
human
can't look
calculator,
away
this
again.
is a great level. I mean, this is a great level for you.
Here, I'm going to watch what happened, but hopefully the whole tournament doesn't end. Thank you, Hippie. Okay, so Smiley had queen 5. And Borso bets a pair of 7s on a king-high board. Queen 5 calls all in? Huh. Oh, there was so much in the middle already. I guess committed pre-flop. There was about 16 million in the middle already on the flop, so.
And Stapes, this feels like a good time for you to show your mastery of the understanding of what happens in this scenario, of what they are playing for now that they are heads up.
Oh, God. Oh, goodness. So what happens is that, whoever wins the tournament wins both bounties. But there's virtually no way of determining how much that is right now. But it ends up, since the bounties are pretty much even, it's going to be... Hold on. I'm going to make a guess here. It's going to be like another... Each of their bounties is worth $10,000. And then you're going to get another... I think it's going to be $30,000.
It's you add them and you multiply it by 2 is the difference that they're playing for.
Okay, so $40,000.
That's what you said.
Difference.
That's what Stapes said. That's what
that was so
that's
close
pretty much
to
what you said, Stapes.
I just didn't do the multiplication right.
Yeah, you definitely didn't do any of the math right so far, because I think you said 40K and it's 20 roughly.
Yeah, no, but their actual
Exactly.
bounties, like what they've made so far, is 10,000 each. See, I told you it's impossible, guys. There's just no way to do it.
We will give you a chance to redeem yourself, though, with the $500,000 million chip blind
We've been
level.
over this. I can't do the human calculator thing and be the play-by-play at the same time. It's too much for me. I tried it once. I puked. That's when you puke and you poop at the same time. It was not pretty. It's just too much for my body to handle.
Yeah, and
I'm
at
afraid
this
to look
blind
away
depth,
again,
at this blind depth heads up, you will just see a lot of open raising from the button, and not quite time necessarily to incorporate a limping range. I think when you get shallower, I think that's going to definitely come into play.
Three pair for Emborso. We got a gut shot for Graf Tekel. Graf Tekel makes the call, misses river. So Matt Matoxi is saying you need to do 4.9 plus 5.1 and then has them in parentheses and then an X and a 2. I mean, what are we doing? Physics here? We're trying to calculate bounties, not the speed of sound. Look at Graf Tekel with another big bluff. Got Emborso to fold a decent hand for an all-in.
Yeah, there's quite a bit to be afraid of. You know, the trip, deuces, the flush coming in, but I think heads up, especially against a very capable player that is liable to take those spots as bluffs more often than perhaps, you know, someone with less experience. I think you just really have to call with fives and fours.
I don't. Was that a hero call? Really? 3 pair? I don't know. Emborso, the moral of the story, Emborso closing in on a 2-1 chip lead, now facing aces. $7 million. Let's it go. Off tackle, opening 9-6 on the button.
You looked really confused a second ago, Stapes.
Well, Skinny the Fat Boy says, "Who make the graphics? Wow, fire him!" And Skinny the Fat Boy, I'm going to give you a new hat. You ever heard of a turban? You man. Thank you for your comment. Spade, 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 spade. That's graph tackle. That's all graph tackle right there. Paloy Medio says, "Where's your stand-up today?" It is at a comedy club. Thank you for your question.
I'm really surprised you didn't do the full pimping out, though, because that's one of those things where it would benefit you to really answer that question seriously.
I have no sense of self-preservation. Full house. It's always coming 7. It is at the Ha Ha Comedy Club on Lancashire Boulevard in North Hollywood, California. 7:45 p.m. show.
You want to know why I can't come to your stand-up tonight, Stapes?
Why?
Because I don't have a good excuse. No, you know why. You know why.
I do know why. Ace on the river could be trouble for Emborso. Graph tackle can get a value bet paid here. How big? I do have another one on Thursday, Maria. Probably my last one of the year in Southern California.
Okay. Tell us more.
It's at a nice place. It's called the Federal, also in North Hollywood. Lots of nice places to eat around there. If you wanted to come have dinner first, I would go have dinner with you. And I'll even pay
I'm
for
intrigued.
it this time.
I'm very intrigued.
Yeah.
Does get
get
the ace
Yeah.
to pay off. Yeah, that was a big one.
Not a great river card for Emborso, and they flip-flop once again. Graph tackle on top. And keeping up that aggression. Still, no, not even a draw, but hey, yeah, gets it done. Ace King suited. Very happy sight to see. Heads up. Both players miss. We do have a heart in Graph Tackle's hand. We need a tournament from the Big 20 to award a plane ticket and a ticket to one of the shows of Stapes. That would be awesome. Oh, no, don't pitch anything like that. Let's not get crazy now. Nobody, who would want that? King 9 for Emborso.
It is a good question about, whether my internet is going to outlast this heads-up match or not, but we'll see. We're hoping.
Especially as people start getting home from work and stuff and start using their internet more. It's going to be right down to the wire. Top pair for King 9. Pretty big draws here for Graf Tekel. 7, 8, 9, 10. So how does no one make a straight yet? What the heck? I thought there was a straight draw.
Still is.
All right, let's see how this hand plays out. Then I'll answer Alien Bed's question.
Yeah, that 2/3 pot, though, doesn't really give Graf Tekel a whole lot of room to navigate, but he still comes along.
Big swing and a miss for Graf Tekel. Disappointing river, but these are the spots where Graf Tekel can sometimes get Emborso off a flop top pair. He's just so good at taking these spots. You can't always take these spots, right? Oh, he does it again. Is this
Wow.
it's over, right? No, it's not. Whew, Graf Tekel does have Emborso covered, so it will not be over if we see the hero call.
Yeah, and
Emborso
again, at this stage, especially seeing what Graf Tekel has done, you would think that Emborso might have taken that spot to make that hero call, but the pressure is just too great. I will say, though, that it is a real thing that you understand that everybody knows that the delay, the stream has caught up, and at some point they're going to have it, right? Like, you give them the credit that they know you've seen it, they've seen you bluff over and over again, and at some point they might not be willing to take that line against you anymore. And also, Graf Tekel can have it sometimes as well, so
right.
you just don't want to be on the wrong side of that.
I mean, Graf Tekel has not missed an opportunity to do that to Emborso, I don't think, at any point in this tournament, and it's worked every time. It's just, it's just one of those things that, blind's going up, it's one of those things that I think just, oh boy, here we go, kids. Big hand.
Yeah, this is going to very likely get in about 30 bigs effective to start the hand. Yeah, here we go.
We are flipping potentially for the entire tournament, and
oh
my goodness!
Goodness.
Saved. Big flip, big double up for Emborso. Wow. Queen on the flop, queen on the turn. Set of tens, a.k.a. a full house on the river for Emborso, and we are once again evens Stevens.
Okay, let's look on the bright side, though, because Graf Tekel is able to withstand that hit because Graf Tekel found ways to win big pots without having it, and sometimes you're going to take what's a normal flip and have that type of run out where it feels extra bad, but Graf Tekel obviously still very much in this as a result of winning a ton of pots that just did not belong to him.
Correct. And to my point I was trying to make about Graf Tekel making that play multiple times on the river, having no showdown value, shoving river, getting some solid hands to fold. When we talk about a more experienced player, that's where it comes in right there, where you realize sometimes you do punt off your tournament when you do that at the wrong time, and the more experienced players are just okay with that. They're not as scared. they're not as afraid. They're making the play that's making them more chips and more money in the long run. As opposed to people like me who are just like, I don't have the nuts here, I fold.
I was just going to say, why is this not going on a Post-it, Stapes? All of these things that you're saying, you got to remember that next time.
If I ever get to heads up in the Sunday Million and find myself on the river with no showdown value, I will shove, okay? I will do that. You're welcome, Jonathan.
Wow.
Portman. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, my
and again,
goodness.
Graf Deckel firing with absolute, not quite air, but as close to air as you can get on this board.
I mean, just insanity. Because when will Amborso just decide, like, I don't care how many levels
this isn't even a bad run out for Ace King. No,
right.
no.
Oh, man.
And Graf Deckel is just back on top. That one,
wow.
Okay, well, this is surely going to be, okay.
Oh,
Ace high
wow.
flop. And that is a double up now for Amborso, who is once again taking the lead. Top pair versus bottom pair. I mean, it's like Graf Deckel just like outplaying Amborso and then just getting into huge flip-ish situations and losing it all back. I can't even keep track of it, honestly.
All I know is I don't want to see Graf Deckel heads up like ever. So that's what I've taken away from this.
He plays like the wind.
Like just putting max pressure on every situation.
Oh, is this going to be the time Amborso calls?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you got to be right some of the time. Ace Jack versus Jack 7. 2 diamonds on this flop. Graf Deckel way out in front, and Amborso going for a strange bluff here.
Yeah, drawing a line in the sand, you know, with that Jack of Diamonds.
Oh, boy.
That,
oh, boy. I don't see Amborso slowing down now that they've hit what looks like the best card for them. That's $9.5 million. Amborso is busting this hand, says Super Spy. Not possible. But thank you for your comment. I mess it up sometimes too.
Oh.
So Amborso sucks out in the end. What is possible is for Graf Deckel to go broke on this hand.
Yeah, and checks
and
it over to Graf Deckel. Wow. Under pot behind for Graf Deckel.
Yeah, probably can't resist betting this.
Yeah.
Now that they've improved and is waiting for the time they're going to get Amborso to fold. 2 pair? Will Amborso actually, is this a hero call?
No, I think that sure, Graf Deckel could have maybe some 4Xs, but at the end of the day, what are you waiting for? I think
I'm
it's
giving
clear
it to
that
him
Graf
if he
Deckel
makes it, because we've been waiting all day. There it is. Amborso makes the call when it matters the most. Granted, probably would have put it to bed had they called with top pair before, but finally Graf Deckel unloads the entire arsenal into too strong of a hand. Could not get that one last fold. A very impressive performance from Graf Tekel, who scores for $50,900 and $10K in bounties. The winner, Emborso, gets about the same amount in advertised payouts, but with $30,000 in bounties. What did I say it was going to be? What did I say the bounties for Emborso was going to be? $30,000. Anyone?
Did you say
I'll
that?
wait for you guys. I did. It was the first thing I said. It was going to be $30,000 because I was taking the $10,000 he had already made plus the 20. So there's going to be anyway. It doesn't matter. Nobody knows how to do it. I was probably just guessing correctly. Maria Ho, thanks so much for being with us. When do we have you again?
I believe Sunday, but I have some homework to do before then, so we'll see.
Gotta watch Jaws or James will fire you, apparently. Really, really good times. Maria, thanks so much for being with us. We're going to cut you loose before your internet crashes out completely. We will be back this weekend, my babies, Saturday and Sunday, streaming more of the Big 20. And then, of course, on Tuesday, we will be streaming the finale of all of this Big 20 hullabaloo. Hopefully, we'll be having some big guests on the podcast this week. Cannot announce them yet. Hoping to get word on that soon. But for now, we're all out of time for this week's edition of the Sunday Million. Thanks very much for Maria Ho and for James Hartigan. This is Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.